Beautiful divine masculine and feminine darlings. I just noticed the clock at 11:11. Hi, baby kitty. We need some lights on, don't we? Hey, that's the computer, you silly goose. Just make sure I don't have a cat here in my water now. Hold on. Surprisingly, I think we're good. Well, that's a surprise. Doesn't usually happen. It's warm. So, let's do a quick check-in and a little reading. Cheers. How is everybody? Feel free to get out some paper and a pen. Okay. Interesting. Can I get? No, thank you. I'm listening. This is funny. Hold on. Okay. So first you've got the divine masculine and feminine. So there's a balance here, the yin and the yang. Hello, I'm right here. And then you've got commitment. So the lovers are coming together in union, and this will lead to healing and chakra balance, alignment, aura healing, alignment. This will lead to happiness and joy for both of them, because their life purpose, part of their life purpose, one of the pieces of their life purpose is to be together. Look at him reaching out to her. This could be him coming to her house or offering her some kind of gift to spend time with him, or the gift of the offer to spend time with him. Hey, come see me, come spend some time with me. I'll come pick you up. Instead of pulling up, start showering and shaving. I just got done lasering my legs. Shaving and lasering. Divine masculine, I heard that. You do that by yourself? I thought you'd go somewhere else for that. No, I do that by myself. I do that myself. I didn't paint my nails yet. I was busy cleaning. I'll do that maybe tomorrow. But I do that myself too. My favorite ones to do on my toes are these black mermaid nails that I always have done for years. I love those. They're my favorite. It's been a couple years though. I've been busy. I used to never not have polish on my nails. But after being bullied to the point where I bit my fingernails off, I haven't been bothering to paint my toes either. So we're getting back into that routine. Because before you couldn't catch me without it. And then trying to save my child from pedophiles definitely became more important than pedicures. Even self-pedicures. Just saying. Priorities. Although self-care is one of those, says Aphrodite. Maturity. So this is realizing where those priorities lie, but also that taking a step back into self-care to nurture and nourish yourself is a key point to finding this balance within self, but also in, clearing out any distorted energy. The reason that I had to be in that space is because I was dealing with a really toxic karmic male personally, and he was recruiting a bunch of other karmic people to attack me with him. And so it's having to stand taller and more gruff, be a taller, bigger, stronger man than the one bullying her. Yeah. So it's that kind of an energy. Oh, look what I just pulled up, having conflict. So it's you shouldn't have to do that. You shouldn't have to choose between self-care and survival. But when you're dealing with people like that, yeah, that's what it is. Especially, you see how that just jumped in the middle of this love reading? Because I wasn't reading any karmic energy. That just forced its way through. That's what these karmics have been doing. In some cases, that's why they started those attacks, because they wanted to break up the lovers or keep them in such conflict that they couldn't even come together. It's really sad. And consistently, they did this consistently. Let's see what's here. Compatibility. But this is a divine connection that's like they're on the same wave, and they're flying, both of them, high above these mountains, these karmic challenges, these toxic situations, because they're manifesting not only each other, but with each other. Even individually, they're manifesting together. And you see those sunflowers? I love sunflowers. I like a lot of different flowers for a number of different reasons. Some of them I have past life ties to. But I really love sunflowers for a specific reason. And, oh, look, chivalry. This masculine might want to, look, give her flowers, or give her flowers. If it's not actual flowers, to give someone their flowers is to like give them the credit and the props and the attention, awareness that they're due. Absolutely. So let's look at the valiant steed he's got with him too. Loyalty, consistent. So the manifestation, like I said, that chakra and aura balance. But the sunflowers, they're very beautiful flowers, first of all. Second, they're unlike other flowers in the sense that they will follow the sunlight. So normally the sun rises in one spot. Heard that. My ear just started ringing too. Thank you. The sun will rise in one spot and set in another spot. And with normal flowers, they sit in one spot during the day. The sun rises above them and then moves to the other side of them. But sunflowers are different, you see. And because sunflowers they're called sunflowers for a reason, and try to get as much sunlight as they possibly can, they'll start with their yellow petals and the seeds, those brown open faces in the sunflower. So the heads of the sunflower, they will start facing the sun. But then when the sun moves across the sky, they will turn their heads to follow the sun, to try to get as much sunlight as they can, knowing that if they didn't do that, then the back of the sunflower, so the stalk, the green part, that's what would be getting the sunlight. But it's the face of the flower that needs the majority of that sunlight to internalize it and bring it down to the roots. So sunflowers will follow the face, the head of the sunflower will follow the sunlight to try to get as much as they possibly can during the day. And it's pretty amazing. If you Google or you YouTube sunflower time-lapse video, you can watch 24-hour or like a 12-hour period of the sun moving across the sky in like 2 minutes or 5 minutes or something, and you can watch a whole day's worth of this sunflower movement as the colors and the light in the sky shifts. It's quite impeccable. Forgiveness. Also, there's a level of forgiveness I'm hearing here with a divine masculine who was either energetically spooked or scared or like tricked into stagnation or being stalled out, or he got afraid on some level, either of rejection or some situation, and he stalled out the connection himself. Is there anything else? I think we're good with this one. Hold on. My stomach just dropped. Somebody's sending negative energy or anxious. It's not me. Where's that coming from? There's a divine masculine. Oh dear, what am I picking up? It feels like an anxiety attack. Like maybe guilt, panic, fear, crying, sadness. Here, what did I do or what have I done? Here, what have I done by Dermot Kennedy? He says, it's like, I'm in love, it's you that I want. I don't like this energy. This is really heavy. That's okay. So if that's how he's feeling, I can understand. It's not funny. I can understand why he'd be so anxious, though. If that's what he's feeling, that he would be frozen. It's like petrified. He's so anxious. This is not a nice energy. Hold on. He says, I'm in love this time. Maybe he thought he was before, or maybe he did love someone before, but they mistreated him, and so it's like, now that he feels that way about divine feminine, or if he feels more for her, he's afraid that she'll hurt him like the last one, and he likes divine feminine more, which means that, well, he feels like his heart is even more on the line this time. So if she doesn't want him, or she mistreats him like the other one did, he feels like it will really mess him up. All right, that's being cleared out. I can do some Reiki on that too. But that makes sense. If that's what he's feeling. Yeah, he's just scared to be hurt, it sounds like. It feels like. And he's laughing now because as I'm outlining like what that was and why, and he feels understood and like heard almost on a level. He's saying she's a person who seeks to understand. So if she understands that that's how I'm feeling and understands that that's a fear for me, she's going to go out of her way to make sure that that's not an issue, and that she will love me where I need to be loved instead of, yeah, there it is. Imagine being with someone, okay, who seeks to know all the thoughts inside your head and how you've been hurt, so that they know exactly where and how you need to be loved in order to heal properly. Imagine having a mutual connection that way. So it sounds like that's what he was trying to give to somebody before, and maybe he was hurt, or that's what he wanted before, or he was dreaming of. And so it's like he wants that with the divine feminine, but he doesn't want the situation to fall apart like a previous connection, or he's afraid because he feels so much for her that like his dream, his illusion, or his fantasy could be shattered But it's not, though. It's not an illusion. This is a real love connection. This is a real, I hear this is the real deal. So yeah, he's laughing. It's a healing, lighthearted energy because he's like, pretty much like, whoa, I had nothing to be afraid of. Like, she already gets it anyway. She doesn't want me to feel that way. I understand. My gosh, that was heavy. My stomach just turned up in knots. I'm so sorry you're feeling that way. Why didn't you just talk? We could have helped you work that out sooner, sir. It's not nice. That hurts you, doesn't it? It hurt me to feel. Ow. That's sad. Just drink your water, babe. Don't lick the silverware. Just clean that. You goofball. What are you doing? There's already dinner on the floor. It's not like he's hungry. Drink your water, mama. I heard that. I heard somebody call me little mama the other day, too. I got you, little mama. It was somebody who heard, not my person, it's just somebody who's married, but they don't like pedophiles very much. And this is somebody I picked up who heard my story. I got you, little mama. Because they know about my daughter and what's been done to both of us. But this is a happily married man who has made a career out of catching predators. I got you, little mama. I heard that. But that was a side note. That's someone else's masculine. I heard my my own. Drink your water, mama. Looking like I should go have on a baby with you. And if I'm wrong, I want to debate it with you. Let's do this one. It's because that karmic energy. Oh, you know what? There are 2 transformation decks out here. Hold on. It's unsurprising. Shouldn't surprise me. Is that the wrong deck? That doesn't belong in there. That goes in the Archangel Michael deck. What? Almost done. I need my counter space for a second. Hold on. An elbow room. We're taking an intermission. Ow, hold on. Heard that. You're making me blush. Oh. All right. Mother Nature, I got you, little mama. Yeah. So 2 things. This is if somebody is in need of support. Also, you know, I think they have this in the Three Stooges, like the old school Three Stooges series. But I know that this is a scene in tons of movies. And I think even the Mickey Mouse, like the cartoon, the old ones, has something like this on it. When there's a bad stage performer, they have these big cane hooks and they even just in a dramatized cartoon, will like yank a bad actress or actor or stage performer off by by the collar of their jacket or their throat. It pulls them off the stage without anyone else actually having to go on the stage. It's like with the crook of the cane. But there's also a masculine who says, I'm willing to take that cane and knock some karmics out for you, first of all. Secondarily, he says, if you need some support, I got you. Whale migration, because this is a soul family connection. So the two of them coming together may actually expand. I hear it will. There's mutual soul family between them, or the two of them coming together will allow them to draw in healthy connections and also clear out any cloud energy, clear out any karmic disturbances or distractions or confusion. Head in the clouds and a no, that means they're not confused. Glasses, no, meaning you see just fine. You see just fine. Lady Justice can also see just fine, and so the fuck can I. Thank you very much. Did you catch that? Or did it go over your head? With the puppeteer, exactly. Because you had these karmics trying to play marionette in people's lives. And do you know why I just went like this and then went over there? Because something is locked. My spine just got locked up and it's compressing my diaphragm. So you hear, I'm sure you can hear the wheeze in my chest a little bit, but it's also making it, ow, my shoulder just popped, hard to breathe, because when I go to take a breath here, it pulls something from here, which overcompensates, and then pulls something from down here, but then it's also pulling something from up here. So I've got nerves pinching in like a bunch of different spots at once, and then it pulls from the other side, because like I said the other day, it's when you have this level of abuse, this whole marionette puppet thing, these people thought that they would be bullies and try to be controlling, but it caused injuries. So now what it's done is, you see that little hand thingy? If he jerks one of his hands to the side, so this is now angled like this, the puppet will be reefed up on one side. Okay? But the thing about that is, since the puppet is all connected by the same hand manipulation tool, and then the strings, when one part of the puppet moves, or if you lift the arm of the puppet, it will raise the whole other side and it moves accordingly. So if one thing gets pulled out, it pulls everything else out of alignment, and then it's all overcompensating. So one thing will pinch, it will try to move other things around, but those things will pinch because it all just kind of shifts out of alignment. What you need is to consistently get things back in alignment and keep things back in alignment, build those muscles back up so they keep the bones in place, so that they don't keep pulling on each other just to try to overcompensate. That's not normal. It wasn't normal to be domestically abused into being battered this way, and then it wasn't normal to be stolen from and bullied, financially abused, to the point where not only did I need medical care to fix this, but then they tried to intentionally prevent me from being able to get it. So the injuries got worse and I couldn't access proper healing. Because I've almost fixed these injuries. I've almost completely healed them a few times, but when I get to a point of just needing a few more sessions to fully get rid of the injuries, then they would do something to really damage my finances again, or file a bunch of fraud with a court system, and through even that process, financially steal from me, funnel money, wire fraud. And so the injuries get worse, where they backtrack, because when you don't get consistent care, they start to regress again, or they caused new injuries because they were pissed that I healed the last ones. So there's that. That was just me getting off screen to get out of this energy. Clear it out. Because it's not mine. That's a projection and I'm giving it back. Cheers. You be careful, because I feel the warrior about to pop out. That breath that's halfway stuck in my chest, you're welcome. That's what's keeping her just barely suppressed underneath the surface right now. But I will fucking destroy you, so don't push it. Mike says, let me handle it. Let me put my sword up for you. You take a breath and let that go. Let me get it. I got you. Shield. So then we have, yeah, see, it's a gift. There's no need to oh, look, the commander, the sergeant. So, hold on. Yeah, did you hear that? My spine click as I realign that bone. Told you. Yeah. But I shouldn't have to do that. I shouldn't have to leverage my spine up just to get that bone off of the diaphragm so I can actually take a breath and pull it down here without compression. Oh, yeah, see, there it is. Another spot just clicked back into place. Or contraction. That's a personal injury, and I'm suing the shit out of everybody involved with that. So, gift. In some cases, this is people stepping through to say, look, I see what they've done to you. I see what you've been through. Let me help you. There's no need for you to suffer and struggle. These people are fucking bums. Let me gift you some support and recovery. So there are real people coming through with protection energy, but also Archangel Michael says, let me handle it and let me help bring these people to you because you deserve good soul family and people. These people had no authority to try to target you or isolate you. Let me show you. Let me show you. Let me show them what it means to face their karma, for one, but also what it looks like to watch the same people they tried to destroy eat in front of them at the table the divine set for them. That they have no invitation to and will never have an invitation to. They don't have the clearances and the access key codes. They don't have the invitations. I just got a flash of, they're not invited to Alice's tea party. No, you're not. Not in my tea corner. Not in my tea corner. No cap. True story, bro. Needs no dragons and shit. I'm kind of joking, but also not. And that was my nickname in college. That was one of the things that they called me. Alice. Because I'm a fucking weirdo and it works for me. I don't really care what people say about me. Or all the jokes that the cool kids used to make about me. The cool kids. The ones who peaked in high school. They don't look so cool anymore. 28, 22. When bullying got them to the top of the social hierarchy, but now they're stuck there and that's their character statement. How embarrassing. Cause I'm still gonna follow everywhere that I be. I'm just a weirdo. Yes, it appears so. Don't follow the leader. That's not. I don't care if you don't understand it. Puppeteers. See, these people want a cookie cutter lifestyle. I don't play that game. My grandmother, she used to say, you just dance to the beat of your own drummer. She loved it though. Yeah, I hear Divine Masculine, he's saying his pretty little fear is wildfire. Something about like you're my flame. I'm a dog. My ears perk up at the sound of your name. Right. So there's that. Anything else? No, thank you. So a lot of these people may be mad that you pulled back to take care of yourself, like these karmic people. But this is the whole thing, is they wanted to suck the life out of you instead of trying to breathe on their own. And then they got mad at us for trying to take a breath first. They did not care if we died as long as they got the oxygen that they needed, even if they sucked it out of our lungs to do it. That's a no for me. 80-22, 30-22 rather. That's a no. That's an absolute no, in fact. A hard pass. I don't play that shit. I don't care who you are. You need to get real and grow up. In fact, you know, that's what I think. Anything else? Flower bouquet. So their masculine coming through, either to give the... That's gross. Unless you mean liked. Because what you wrote was, I licked the video. She just licked the screen? Or did you like the video? I'm sending love either way. Good grief. God bless you. Did I read that wrong? So if it's not him coming to give her actual flowers, it's to give her her flowers, to give her props, to give her credit, also to acknowledge acknowledge the relationship for what it is, let alone at all, you know? Instead of ignoring it or dismissing the connection. Right, or wasting time, because some of them did that. Windshield wipers, yeah. Instead of focusing more on clearing out karmic energy, they allowed some kind of disturbance to happen. Loincloth, you see? They were not honest and open and naked. They let other people disturb their peace. I also hear their chi. To dim their light. I saw this. There were some masculines who were connecting with their divine feminines. Let me pack a bowl. And I hear that. I'll pull some cards on that in a second. And they felt like, that's so sad. This could have been at his work. Something about his career or his hobbies or his talents. He's very gifted. And these are people who are already jealous of him, and they feel like, well, you're already talented enough, or you've already got this and that. Like, why do you need to have everything? So it's like you've already got the money and the career, and like girls already chase you. Why do you get the true love too? These people are jealous of him. These people around him who are supposed to be supporting him. And so what kind of person, what kind of friend or ally are you? Well, you know, you seem to have worked really hard to get what you deserve, so why do you deserve a wife to share it with? Do you hear yourself? Oh, you've worked really hard to generate resources and abundance in life so that you could sustain a family if you wanted to. Why do you deserve true love? Why do you deserve oxygen? Sounds like. Leave him alone. Or I will fucking end you. Do you hear me, sir? Because I know who you are. Your spirit is ugly. And if I recognize you around him, I'll know your face too. I'm scared. You should be. Of me. And your bad intentions towards him. Stay seated. heard that. I don't understand how she can be so calm. She was just snarling at me. Yeah, because that's the response you deserved. But you picked hellfire, bitch. You do not get holy water. You pulled the Frank. You pulled the grace out of me. You do not get to kick back and smoke a bowl with Frankie. Divine Masculine does. As long as he listens and shows up. You do not. You do not have his back. Therefore, I do not have yours. Got it? Shoo shoo. No, but you are, darling. I'm an angel. And you're demons. And that's your identifier. It's just not a cute one. But obviously think I'm hot. You narcissistic little pricks. So you lose your privileges of existing. Because you're not relevant. Toodles. We see you tried to make yourself relevant. You're not. You know what I think is hilarious though? Like wildly hilarious? When I'm in my pajamas in my house and somebody has the audacity to say things like, oh, of course, the screenshot or the username handle from the person who tried to call me a skank for being in a sports bra in my pajamas, even though I've been celibate for 10 years by choice. His username starts with the word raging. So it sounds like an angry prick, possibly an incel who's just mad at life and decided that bullying women on the internet would make him or her feel better. But you know what? Little screen warrior, you're a fucking punk. Ugh. And frankly, if my battery hadn't died, I'd still be on screen, but I cannot charge it. Angry little elf. Yeah, exactly. And then the one beneath that was also gross. But you know what? I took screenshots for the lawyers. So thank you for the popularity. Thanks for the thanks for kicking my content back out into the algorithm. Thank you for exposing to the world what a miserable little psycho you are. Thanks for getting out of my way. Not that you had a choice. Weirdo. Clear these types of people out. You see, you have two choices: to let them dominate your life or kick them right out of it. Fear. Face everything and rise, or forget everything and run. Not today, Satan. You're not Satan. I never said I was. Frankly, that's why I snarled, because that's who was speaking through these nasty people and who's choosing to target the divine connections, the divine masculine and divine feminine. And when you saw and heard me snarl, that was in protection of divine masculine towards these dark demonic little nitwits. And then you see they just couldn't help themselves. I went to defend and they just couldn't help themselves. Satan spoke through these little monkeys because I called the rest of them out. I called a few flying monkeys out, so Satan sent a few more. I called them out energetically because I picked them up and they just couldn't help themselves. They showed themselves in the comments in response. They proved my point. Thanks for making that very clear for the rest of the world. You skank. First of all, you prejudiced, misjudging, misogynistic piece of shit. Sounds like you're mad that nobody wants to suck your dick or something. Why else would you go and harass strangers on the internet? Fucking loser. Yeah, see? because they're stuck in life. These are people who are in physical, if not physical, then spiritual jail, quicksand, and their lives are quickly going down the toilet. So they felt compelled to lash out at other people to make themselves feel better. Yeah. Trying to make things up. You're not Satan. No, but you are. Or you're embodying it. That's why I called you out and you feel triggered by my defensive reaction. That's why I went from chill to warrior mode all of a sudden. I felt that dark energy. I felt it. And then they just couldn't help themselves. They showed me that I was right in the comments. That energy was right there. Now, the only time you've ever also seen me snarl like that, otherwise, generally speaking, is over these children when I have to call out pedophilia, because that pisses me off. These people lack empathy. These are people who see the glass half full, half empty. I do not. First of all, I see it as half full. If I have to choose one of the two, but generally speaking, honestly, they'll be the lighthouse. I'm just grateful to have a glass, rise above the problems and the bullshit, because I am a beach girl. Who here has gone to the beach and found sea glass and then put it in your pocket, but then you have like salty, sandy, and nasty pockets when you get home? Well, if you have a cup, even if you don't have a water source, you still use it to collect sea glass and seashells. Then you clean it when you get home, when you do have a clean water supply, and then you have water. And even if even if your cup is empty, at least you have a cup. So when you do stumble across a water source, you can fill it. But you see, these people are just mad when it's only half full, because they feel like it's half empty. And they're not grateful for the glass, metaphorically speaking or otherwise. Anything else? Tell me about this nasty energy I picked up. Yeah, targeting very pure and innocent people, light workers or children or people who advocate for children. Or the reason you saw me snarl like that is because these are people trying to take advantage of the innocence or the heart of the divine masculine, and that fucking pissed me off. Because he's been working really hard to heal and really hard to shift himself, and they don't want him to be able to see his healthy reflection. They want him to reject his love because he is so distorted within himself, or he listens to their whatever it is. They're trying to plant seeds of doubt in his mind. And I keep picking up body dysmorphic disorder. These are people who want him to doubt himself to the point where maybe he even develops like a false perception of himself. Body dysmorphic disorder is when people do not see themselves the way that they look. When they see themselves in their reflection, their brain distorts their own image, and so it kind of looks to them like they might look like a model to you, but in this person's brain that's distorting their perception of themselves with body dysmorphic, it looks to them when they look in a mirror like you would be looking in a funhouse mirror, one of those clown mirrors at like fairgrounds or something, the wavy ones that are bent so your reflection's all funny and weird, and it's really small in some places and then wider in some places because of the ripple in the mirror. And that's not actually how your reflection looks. It is just the ripple in the mirror. But in their head, they're not, it's like they cannot see or through that, or they're not aware of that. Or even if they're aware of it, that is how their brain is still perceiving them. And so they think that they're ugly, or they think that it's so sad. It's so sad. And I feel like this comes from insecurities, or like mistreatment, or something as a child. There's also a whole rising issue now with people that are on technology all the time, like new psychological issues where, because people see others online all the time, sometimes people face-tune their stuff, sometimes people Photoshop their stuff or just use filters, and then these people compare themselves to people who are all made up and all done up, or they've got filters, or they've got cosmetic procedures, and they don't realize that that is fake. So then they start comparing themselves even subconsciously to all of these people who do not actually look like that. If they do, it's not natural. And they have this false sense of what they should look like, and so in their brain they're ugly. But here's another thing too: when you look at yourself in a phone camera, a phone lens, you don't actually look like you do in that phone. there's a reason that some people feel like when they look in the mirror, they look better than when they look in the phone. And there's a reason for that. The phone distorts depending on the lens, also it distorts the image of you. And then it does not pick up the depth of your, like, we are 3D human beings. It does not pick up the depth of you on that photo. The same way being able to see somebody's physical body, 3D body in person would. There is more dimension in person. So it does distort the actual vision of a person. Also, some people will sit there with their phone right in their face. And yeah, when you have your phone at a funny angle right in your face, it does look different than when you have your phone held out or at a different angle. Similarly to how, because not everybody's looking basically up your nose when you've got a phone in your face. And so that's not that's not the angle that everyone else sees you at, but that's the one that people see when they look in their phone lens typically. And so that's how their image of themselves can get distorted, if not based on trying to compare themselves to people who are either filtered and photoshopped or heavily made up and or also cosmetically procedured online, or they just don't understand the difference between having a more clear, real view of yourself in a reflection versus a flattened or distorted version of yourself from a camera lens, especially when you take angles and lighting into consideration, which a lot of people don't. So anyway, this has unfortunately, especially with younger children or teens, created a higher level of people with these kind of body issues or self-esteem issues, unfortunately. And like television, because nobody's unplugged imaginary sick person, so they think that there's something wrong with them, but there's not. That's not for everybody, but I did just pick that up. Sergeant and the puppeteer. Yeah, see, this is somebody who's a bully trying to force or dominate someone's perspective or thought process. Anything else about these karmics? Oh yeah, like somebody just trying to call me a slut because I'm in a sports bra and pajamas. Honestly, I was getting ready to go to bed. It was just off the cuff. I decided to come here, just brushed my teeth and did my skincare. Just misjudgments of perception, that's all. Like, I know who I am. I've been alone for a long time, but you're an ignorant asshole, clearly. Border, right. And that's a boundary, not a grudge, you salty little brat. Like, who pissed in your Cheerios? What makes you feel so miserable that you have to go harass and try to throw nasty, derogatory statements at anybody, let alone a single woman minding her business on her own social media platform? Bitch, you came into my kitchen and decided to bark up my tree. You don't belong here. You do not get to have tea with Alice. Fuck off. Her freedom and innocence has brought this whole thing down. You look evil and ugly, inside and out. Well, I can't relate. I might be a bitch when I get stern, but baby, it's for good reason. You're being cleared out. Wouldn't have to put such a warrior defense on if you weren't such a tyrant, you little criminal rat. Also, that was sexual harassment on my feed. And abuse. So, that's on you, bitch. Legally and otherwise. What an ugly character statement that was for you. How embarrassing. I'd be so embarrassed to be you if I were you. Good thing I'm not. But that was a personal choice. And now that's your personal pickle. Next. Go cry about it. Cry me a river. No, no, no. You don't have to say what you did. We already saw. So save that shit, bitch. There is just no chance for you and me. Now don't you see? Oh, I know you're sad about it. 5022. Yeah, hot air balloon rising above the bullshit, though. It's all good. 40. 40 is about moving in new directions with divine support. How do you know? Because I'm also a numerologist. Clouds in the sky. Snowball. See, these people tried to aim too high. Tried to target the Empress, for example. And that, well, they tumbled quickly at that, didn't they? That went downhill fast for them. Notice how they didn't come back. Even if they had, I still would have put them back in check, but nonetheless. Stupid is a stupid did. Sounds like they learned the hard way that was not the choice. Tried to piss in my Cheerios and they fucked up their own night instead. They tried to bark up my tree and I barked back. You bit that, girl, I heard. Well, don't bark up my tree then. Divine Masculine says, I feel so protected with you. Well, good. That's the key. He says, I feel like I should be protecting you. Well, good. Then you can do that. But also mutuality. I've got your clock if you got mine. Yeah, because this is the problem, is this is an idiot that just tried to run at the master. And, you know, Divine Masculine said something about this morning, about, like, for the ones that feel like maybe Divine Feminine is more versed in certain things, or is like a spiritual high priestess, or in my case, has some kind of skill or gift that they feel like maybe she's more advanced in, or she can learn. Not that they can't learn from each other. I'm sure he has plenty of things to teach her, and things that she wants to learn from him or could really benefit from learning from him. I'm sure they love to share and learn from each other. But in fact, I hear that they do. He was saying, why would I be intimidated by this Divine Feminine because she's had the experience to learn certain things that I could be learning and want to learn from her? Like, if I were to live with her, I'd be living with my best friend and my wife, or my future wife, and also the master. Like, who better to live with than the master? I could learn every day from the master. Do you know how quickly and efficiently I could learn from her instead of being intimidated by her? And we could share space. Yeah, he could level up with her. But I also feel like, yeah, see, because it's for the long term. And they have mutuality between them. He feels like, pick this up, like he imprinted on her yesterday. This is his person. So this will be different for different people, and that's not for everybody, but there have been some in the collective who feel like the Divine Feminine was, I don't know, more learned or advanced in certain things. Yeah, layers of an onion. He feels like there's more to uncover and learn, or if there is, then there's accessibility to it. But right, instead of being intimidated that she has had the experience to learn certain things, if he was in close proximity to her, he could just consistently learn from her, pick her brain. I'm hearing also, he says, even learn better what makes her tick, cell phone battery, because he wants to help recharge her. The way I said earlier, imagine being with somebody who cares about the things that you feel and think, and not only wants to know all of the things inside your head, just because they care about you, but so that they know who hurt you, how they hurt you. Unlike others who look to see where they can hurt you, especially, or pour salt in those wounds, this is a person who wants to know where you were hurt and how, so that they know how to love you and help you heal those things quickly and effectively. And that's pretty beautiful. Cell phone battery. Okay, border. Boundaries, telephone, unplug. You gotta unplug, right, from those fallacies. Same messages are coming out. My stomach just dropped. Somebody's doing a power of 3 spell. I heard it yesterday too. No, that's not working. The Karmic's arguing. Yes, it is. No, it's not. You want to see? I'm seeing another deck too. Hold on. Evil Eye. Yeah, so let's see, sending demons and dark energies. Or that's who they're embodying. You're not Satan. No, but you are. You saw me snarling at Satan, because I knew what was coming at my energy field, and then your comments verified that. which again, I did take screenshots of before blocking. Help shield you from harmful effects that technology can have on the mind and body. Told you, these nasty people in the comments. That's what this is on this card. This is Isis and Osiris pyrite right there. What makes it Isis and Osiris pyrite instead of regular pyrite is that this side is more of a thick, crystally, chunky, pointy side, and this one is more of a druzy. Let me turn the light on. Watch your eyes. It'll get bright. This is the druzy side. It's more fine, but this is the crystal side. You see those points more clearly. Hold on. Sorry, that was loud. So this wants to be wrong. Let's clear that energy. Yeah, see, I was getting ready to go to bed, but you see. I don't deal with spammers. It's not the way to get my attention. Unhealthy obsession with you, because that's unhealthy and disrespectful. Yeah, see, this just popped out. Don't do that. Yeah, so many people sub. The people who hate me sub too. So that's fine. I saw one of those earlier today. There was a beetle on the floor. There's nothing else in the house. It's just a random stray beetle, but that was it. I knew what it was. Put it out in the cold. Clear that out. Yep. No, I sub. Yep. So do the people who hate me. And I know that I've had people in my comment sections. I've been really nice to people lately. In the comment sections, there are a few of them that specifically I've been very kind to, that have been communicating, and I've been communicating back, and they think I don't know that they're local karmics behind the screen trying to, what? Oh, she doesn't know it's me. Yes, I do. But you're boosting my engagement, first of all, when you do that. And second of all, you're saying I'm a horrible person, and I'm sitting there being nice to you while you're faking behind a screen, and I know who you are. So you're just giving me the chance to showcase my genuine personality while you're showing yourself as an asshole while trying to call me an asshole. And everybody can see your narcissistic projection now. So that, your plan to split the divide, that backfired. Your plan to dodge accountability, yeah, that backfired. I see right through you. You think you're reverse psychologying me, but I've been sitting here waiting to tell you this. So thanks for the opportunity. There's that. You know, whether you like or dislike the video, I still get engagement, right? Whether you leave a nasty comment or you leave a nice comment, I still get engagement. My haters give me clarity and popularity. I am that bitch. Mrs. That bitch to you. Don't forget the that part of it. So there's that. She's funny. I'm being dead ass. Checkmate. Anyway, let's see. Anything else for these karmics trying to turn others against you? Oh, we know. Trying to create curses and blockages for people. Oh, we know. Quality over quantity. Oh yeah, and they come here and they watch and they sub. I don't care. So, yeah, see, there it is. I told you. You're not secret. I'm highly psychic. You're just not very smart. Yeah. These are people who got mad that they got cut off. But for good reason. Look at what they're doing. This is the same type of shit that they were doing that got them cut off. And then they're, oh, fine, I'm going to do all this crappy shit because you cut me off. No, bitch, that's the same stuff that you got cut off for. So you're just proving the point again. And re-solidifying the victim's rationality in the fact that they made the best choice in cutting you off. Because look at what you're doing. You're just reminding them of why they left. We don't miss you. You miss us. Clearly. You wouldn't be here doing this otherwise. 60-22. I know I've got that good. I don't want anything to do with you or your nasty energy, but you keep coming back for mine. You little tyrants. Yeah. This is why they're having issues, or they will be having issues with their vehicles. Some of these people have been stalking my house for years. Yeah, see? And they can't help themselves. You know why? Because they're mentally ill. This is a mental illness. This is a cluster B personality disorder. Trauma? PTSD is not a mental illness. That's a physical injury, like a concussion in the brain, which is why it shows up on an MRI scan. And it does affect the mental and emotional regulation because those centers of the brain are the parts that are physically injured. But you can recover and heal that brain injury and then also balance those symptoms back out. These people will forever be mentally ill fucking narcissists at minimum. And for some, they've got also like borderline personality and or cluster B histrionic personality variants on top of that. So yeah, that's a mental illness. The qualifiers for that, a few of them are that they lack empathy. They're incompetent. They think that they're smarter than they are. They think that they're better than they are. And they go around projecting their shortcomings on others and attacking people. And then trying to say, see, yeah, I hurt you. I attacked you and it hurt you. So, see, you're fucked up. I'm better than you. Oh my God. No, bitch. You need to go to fucking therapy and be honest with your therapist so that you actually get the regulation and help that you need, cluster B, so that you stop traumatizing people. Because obviously whatever you're doing isn't working. I'd say it's because you're not being honest. But you know that that's the thing about borderline is they're not. Because they truly think they're the victim. So they play the victim instead of actually being honest about the problems that they're causing and the fact that they cause problems for others. So they never actually get, with medical help, checked on what their problems are because they're too busy playing the victim and blaming victims. And therefore, the doctor never has any good advice for them because they're too busy playing the fucking victim to actually be honest about the problem and the fact that they are the problem. For starters. And it's all out of jealousy. So they keep themselves mentally ill by pretending that they're the victim when they're not. But pretending that they're the victim when they're not is part of borderline personality disorder. It's one of the identifiers. It's one of the qualification requirements for that DSM diagnosis. If that's not the symptom they have, that's not what it is. Right? Like with bipolar, if they don't cycle on a specific bipolar pattern, it can't be bipolar. Bipolar has symptoms that cross over with a number of other things. Trauma, for example. People that are manic can be confused with people who are hypervigilant, but hypervigilance from trauma is not the same thing as mania. Hypervigilance from trauma is an injury. It's a response to a stressor. Mania is a chemical imbalance. Now, the stress and the abuse and the brain injury can cause, chemical imbalances, but that's not the same thing as somebody who is bipolar and is just, it comes from a chemically imbalanced brain. It is different. The symptoms can cross over, but concussion patients have similar symptoms to people with complex PTSD, and then so are the neurological symptoms from Lyme disease. So again, many things cross over. Just because someone has a symptom doesn't mean it has to go with a specific diagnosis. But these people clearly have some extra shit going on. And I am qualified enough to recognize that. They're so sick and twisted that they disturb other people with their things, like in some cases pedophilia and other stuff. So they sicken others. These are the types of people who make people not hungry. Like they're gross. They make people sick to their stomach. You remember how I picked up that divine masculine stomach dropping earlier? With anxiety. It's kind of like that energy. Can you eat when you feel like that, divine masculine? He says, no, I feel like I'll puke. Exactly. It's like that. But that's that whole rejection of karmic energy. Dark entities. Yeah, see? Playing with dark energies. And also sometimes that is well, unfortunately for you, I listen to God, so that's your prerogative, but see ya. It's funny. Who do you think told me? Oh, I think you should not talk about this because it's not very Jesus or godly. Who do you think told me? About the Judas-like people. Trying to come after myself and the collective, first of all. You know, the Book of Enoch was intentionally taken out of the Bible series by the Vatican, right? Because it holds information that they don't want people to know, because it would make them question the authority of, you know, a group of people who are comfortable with pedophilia, like the fucking Vatican. Don't try me with that shit, bitch. Stay off my social media. Condescending witch. You are not Jesus. You have no Jesus in your heart because you're sitting there misjudging people who do. Okay? I work directly with the same sources that you are trying to claim you have access to, but that I actually get my information directly from. So, no, you may shush. You see, all the demons came out tonight, didn't they? But this is also why I'm up. I was getting ready to go sleep, and God said, no, you do your work and you do your thing, because these predators are predatoring. So do the channel, clear the energy, and you'll catch some sleep after you slay the demons. Oh, you shouldn't do this. Jesus loves you, says the demon. Says the enabler of the demon. Who do you think came here? Who do you think called me to come here and be a light for others? Misery loves company. No. I see that you're miserable, and if you think it's such a problem, why are you here? If you think I'm so dangerous and Jesus, like, but bitch, shut the fuck up and get off. We see right through you. Oh, you shouldn't be doing this. Then you shouldn't be here. Shut your mouth and be gone with you, witch. Yeah, I'm just jealous. They try to shun people, because really it's out of jealousy. I used to do this. Okay, so first of all, you're watching me. Obviously, you're still into it. I used to do this, so I'm into Jesus now. Obviously not if you come here to watch readings and then you want to try to preach at Jesus at people. Ma'am, you know, not the first thing. Yesterday I taught about the widow's mite, doubting Thomas, the den of iniquity. You're barking up the wrong tree, Sugar Plum. Geode broke in half, but this was a beautiful carnelian. It still is. That's why I have it still. There's that. Yeah, see, they want, you should be afraid to do what God called you to do, because I'm confused and going to sit there and misjudge you and be weird. Okay, that's you. Stop projecting. I'm not confused or scared. You are. 12:22 on the clock on the East Coast. Yeah, see? It's because they're toxic. I bet this is somebody there over there. You want to sit there and what? Do your drugs and sip on your wine and sit there and preach Jesus at people and claim that you used to be into readings while you sit there and watch them? Still, cut that out, you liar. That's a good point. Oh, baby, it's the whole point. I saw right through that one. That was dumb. Yeah, you shouldn't do this. I used to do that. Oh, but I guess you weren't successful in it. Guess what? It's probably because you weren't called or chosen and you tried to jump on something you thought was cool or you saw somebody else doing, which is why you come here and you watch people like me. But here's the thing. I tried to run away from this and God kept chasing me until I answered. So that's a no. I used to do this, and so you're jealous that I do. Go away and stay gone. Hood rat. Be gone with you. She really does see right through people. Yep. Psychic, not stupid, but I don't think it takes a psychic to see that. I mean, it definitely helps for me, but I'm also just highly versed in psychology at this point. So that's a no. on either accord, because guess what? Both of the accords line up. No matter which way you spin it, they're still wrong. And I can't relate. Next. Here's the thing. Many are called, okay? Few are chosen. Some try to answer the call but don't actually do the work, but so they fall. But plenty show up who aren't called or chosen. Not only was I chosen, God chased me. Seraphim. Oh, Jesus. And then, ma'am, shush. Shut your trap. Keep it closed. Here. It's for your mouth. Sit on your hands the next time you feel compelled to write to me. Oh, Jesus, I used to. No, you didn't. Obviously. Because guess who called me here? And you can't relate. Next. You stay right away from me, you bad vibe. And my collective. You don't belong here. Demon. And they couldn't do it. They tried. Oh, you skank. I'm jealous that you are in pajamas and a sports bra. Oh, you're mad that I'm wearing my dead husband's pants and a sports bra to bed? All right. Well, I see your insecurities from here, so... yeah, that you can have that back, you ugly rat. God doesn't love your ugly, though. Anything else? Oh, she's wearing a sports bra. She must be a skank, says the hood rat stalker to the person who's been alone for 10 years and lives alone with 2 cats. On purpose. You look really dumb, you know? I think you're funny. I think this is hilarious. I think your stupidity is so comical. You just make good content for me to write in my book later. Always trying to one-up you. Well, you didn't. You made yourself look dumb. Again. Dumber. I know, right, who you are? Behind those fake accounts, you little fuck. Also. Oh, we know you're mad because you got cut off, but look at what you're doing. That's why nobody wants you. It's why I don't. Stay away from my collective and I. Thanks. Yeah. Somebody who feels like they wish they could have access to you, but this is not family. This is not soul family. This is somebody who's jealous. Told you. So they come here. I called it out energetically before I picked it up, and they couldn't help themselves. They dropped nasty comments after. Just couldn't help themselves. But they verified it. Obviously, I was right. If you're willing to drop comments after I speak on it, because I picked it up energetically, and obviously it parallels... You're mad because you got called out, but you wouldn't have been called out if you weren't sending that nasty energy. I heard you loud and clear. It was just ugly. Your thoughts are very ugly. Yeah. See, they want to try to control other people's confidence, solar plexus, sacral chakra. They want to try to bully people into being insecure. They thought if they tried to insult me, for example, you saw in the comments, I deleted those or blocked them, those accounts, but I do have the screenshots now. They want to mess with your courage because trying to target people that way, if they could hurt my feelings, they feel like it would make them feel better. That's energy vampirism. Me standing up for myself and not letting them do that is refusing to let them harvest that energy, power, pride, respect, sensitivity, transformation, willpower. They wanted to try to break the light workers. Oh, who in the fuck is this? Also, those comments, usually those ones are ops as well. What the fuck is this? Because they want you to feel bad, like question what you're doing. I'm not questioning what I'm doing here. You are. They secretly keep tabs on your every, but it's not a secret. We know who you are and we know what you're doing. Now, not all of them are fake accounts, in some cases for some people who are experiencing this, but for the most part, like, while you might have once in a while like some random asshole on the internet, because they do exist, narcissists are everywhere. No, typically speaking, these are fake accounts from a specific group or like a local situation, you know. So there's that. Yeah, see, their social media posts or comments are directed towards you. We know. But that's the evil eye. This was in reverse, though. They know what they're doing. They just don't care because they think it will work. But it's not. Their reckless nature has just got exposed and has backfired. They're feeling drained, which is why they tried to energy harvest by trying to bully people this way. And these are the same people, the ones behind these fake accounts here, who've been targeting my child and I. They're trying to target me because they know I'm getting ready to finish handing evidence off to the proper authorities, and they're all going to prison together. Yes, for the gang stalking and harassment and sexual assaults and harassment, like you even saw in the comment sections today, and I just took screenshots of. That's not new for them. They've been doing shit like that for years, and honestly, today was mild. Like, nothing comparatively. But they've tried, and it's all because of jealousy and insecurity. In some cases, they've been kidnapping people's children because they thought that that was the way to get what they wanted, hold leverage over people or hurt people's feelings. And guess what? They're going to prison for that. As they should. And as they should have been a long time ago. Yeah, it's all, they're insecure. That's why they're projecting. I'm not. You're making bad decisions because you've got issues. Instead of working your shit out in therapy, you traumatize other people so that we need therapy. You're fucked up, karmics, and I don't feel bad for you. Told you. Some of these people are sexual assailants. The people who've been harassing me are pedophiles. They're mad because I tell the truth about pedophilia. I whistle-blow on these local criminals. I tell the truth about these people who, in this particular case that have been targeting me, who've been also targeting and sexually assaulting my child. Oh, and then trying to force pills down her throat to cover it up. This is Munchausen by proxy. Meaning they make people sick and then claim that they're just broken and fucked up so that they need some kind of caregiver, even though the so-called caregivers are the ones hurting them in the first place, to try to give themselves a, from the outside looking in, a so-called reason to have access to that person they're actually hurting and making sick. It's disgusting. These people belong, frankly, in the fucking gravestone. But I'll take prison for them subsequently. God wants to put them in the ground. That's between them and God. This is somebody who was hateful towards divine feminine. And in my case, my daughter, divine feminine and her daughter. You know why? Because so is my child. And they know she'll grow up to be a beautiful divine feminine. So they're trying to fuck her up and corrupt her instead. 7822. These are also people who believe in magic, and I carry royal bloodline. So these are people who believe that if they have access to my daughter, then they have access to my blood through hers, so they can do fucking ritual sacrifices with royal blood, which they know is powerful. And that's why they've also been holding her hostage. One of the people involved is a self-proclaimed, she tries to claim herself a hairdresser, while she actually runs an unlicensed dirty salon that's not OSHA or health inspected, and she's not filing taxes on because it's an unlicensed illegal business. Dirty bitch. And sexually assaults children behind the scenes there. But obviously, people who believe in voodoo use hair, right? So there's that for their spells. And then my child had not lost a single tooth when they started kidnapping her, and since then she's lost a mouthful, and they also use those for voodoo. So there's that. Now these people are going to prison, but they tried. This is an ex, or somebody who wishes that they could be with you, and they want me to be quiet, like I said. No. You will not shame me into being quiet or telling the truth about you. Look at what you chose to do. You're fucked up. And you're jealous. You greasy little cunts. I know you love to throw that word around at us, but you can have it back. I know you've never heard me speak on that because I don't say that word, except for the last week or two, because that's what these karmics have been throwing around consistently at lightworkers for years, but a lot this week too, the last couple of weeks. I'm giving it back to them. You won't hear me say it after this cycle is cleared ever again, but I'm giving it back.
You greasy little cunts. Go take a bath. I know for a fact you do not have time to wash your butt crack with the exorbitant amounts of times you spend stalking us. You do not have time during the day to wash your ass or build your life because you're too busy trying to spend all your time fucking ours up, you psychos. Eat shit. Because we know you've got plenty stuck to your butthole. Go take a bath and leave us alone. I took 2 showers yesterday and shaved, so I took a bath as well. And I lasered my skin, so I don't have to shave for a couple of weeks, at least. If not more. You need to get your priorities straight, okay? I also cleaned the house. You need help. Happy Sunday, you greasy bitch. 12:34. Now, before somebody gets mad at me for calling all of that out, that is legitimately what I just picked up, heard, and unfortunately saw aspects of. Your little dingleberries are showing. Go put your ass in the bathtub. Ew! I am so disgusted. Wait. Like, what's wrong with you? 8122. Yeah, and then they sit there and they try to paint themselves as something that they're not, but really they've got there with shitty butt cracks because their priorities are off. And bullshit in their mouths. Frankly. Yeah, bullshit in their mouths. I told you. That's a no for me. In fact, I've got her right here. This is Siberian Jet, actually. I love this. It looks heavy. It's not. It's quite light. It's a volcanic stone. I love this one so much because unlike black tourmaline, for me as an air sign, I find that it's grounding enough for me physically, but it does not weigh me down energetically the same way that black tourmaline does. And I do use black tourmaline. I have it in the house, and so I do keep it here, but I don't tend to keep it like on my person. I tend to gravitate always towards the jet obsidian over it. This won't be the case for everybody. Some people, maybe the tourmaline will be a better fit, but I don't really like it as much. I keep it around the house, but when I have it like in my pocket or when I keep it on my person too close to me, it runs away from me because it's just it's too low vibrational. It's too heavy for me. White sage. It's a great stone though, don't get me wrong. So if it works for you, it works for you. It's just not my match on a frequency level. However, people that use, I just heard suzalite, but no, I was going to say moldavite, find that it's very high frequency and it's too powerful for them. It runs away from them, or they feel like they're buzzing too high energetically. They're uncomfortable. It makes people uncomfortable. For me, it does the opposite. It's just a frequency match for me. So from the time that I first got mine years ago, I had to wear it night and day to combat these attacks. I only took it off in the shower because it had a metal chain and backing. And so for other people, they might only be able to use it on average. Typically speaking, they have to build up to 15-minute increments. Like it's just too intense for them, and they can only use it for a few minutes at a time in meditation sessions or something. But I do not. I have a higher frequency, a much higher frequency, so it was beneficial for me to keep it on me all the time, because that high frequency is more normal for me and it's more comfortable for me. I'm not as comfortable in those lower frequencies. It's too low. Geminis also rule the crown chakra, the third eye, air signs typically, but especially the third eye energy, visionaries, air signs. Not fixed signs. We're flexible movement. We need that currency and flow. See, blocked throat chakra. They wanted people to be quiet, as I'm mentioning, air signs who also govern the throat chakra. Communicators. Yeah, see? Too low. Need higher frequency. Okay, we'll burn some more palo. Let's see. Divine Masculine says, you are a badass. You really are. You really do pick all these things up. And then they just couldn't help themselves. They came out of the woodworks and confirmed it. And I might sound stern when I'm calling out karmic people, but these are the type of people who've been trying to literally kill some of us. So I'm not playing games. You want to pull the mama bear out of me, that's what you're going to get. But don't complain when she roars, honey. She got teeth and claws. Don't underestimate your target, silly little girl. I know who you are and what you did, and you will not target the crown chakra, the throat chakra, and the crown chakra. They tried. That's why I came back earlier to do Reiki specifically from the heart up, because I felt that, and they haven't stopped. Because when people have a clear crown, they know which way to move, they know what direction to go, they're clear, they're not confused, and therefore these people cannot gaslight or control people, and as a result, their perceptions or a situation based on actions. If people see clearly and don't fall for the nonsense, they make better choices. Therefore, these karmic people can't gaslight others into allowing their decisions to be affected. They cannot control others' actions, so they can't control the outcome of the situation. 8622. And that's what narcissists want. That's why they gossip and they slander. Because if they can control, I hear a quote, when people cannot control you anymore, they try to control the way that other people see you. But rise above it, because eventually everyone else will see the same toxic person in them that you eventually saw at the end. And that's the thing, is when we deal with narcissists, they don't show us their narcissistic hand at first. In fact, quite the opposite. They try to show the best version of their pretend selves, or they try to reflect and mirror your best qualities back to you, hoping that you'll think that you've got things in common. Very mad. They're very mad about this truth. Always going against you by arguing their point and never considerate of your point of view. And I did before I came here. Like I said, these people need to clean themselves and focus on not us. So they love bomb. It's called love bombing. They do not genuinely care. They do not show their true face at first, because you wouldn't want anything to do with them if that's who you saw that they were. So they lie long enough to get people trapped up in a situation or to believe the nice guy, nice girl facade. And then they flip. And so there are people who, empaths usually, try to keep getting the relationship back to how it was, but that's the thing, is it wasn't that way. That was an illusion. That's what they wanted to show you to lure you in. The love might have been real from the empath towards the narc, but not from the narc towards the empath. That was the facade. Yeah, see, judging your spiritual and religious. I split the deck. As I'm looking down at the comment that says, what the fuck is this? And like I said, notice they didn't come back after I called that out, because it didn't work. What are you going to say to that? Oh shit, she saw I was trying to intimidate her and gaslight her and that didn't work. Fuck. Yeah, your best bet is to, like I said, here, it's for your mouth. Somebody who's mad that they got let go of or cut off, or you would not give them the chance. Somebody who tried to block you. Sometimes narcissists can conceal who they are for upwards of a year, sometimes a little more. But the reason that I mention that is because eventually people do see them for who they are, the same way that you eventually did. It can be frustrating for victims who see through a narcissist when they're still trying to love bomb and sugarcoat and pretend like they're good people in front of others so that you are not believed. White sage, they're being cleansed out though. These are people who do not want you in a healthy love connection either, or to, I'm hearing marriage and babies. They don't want the divine feminines and masculines to come together. It's all jealous and create this love. It can be frustrating when you see who someone is, but people are still believing the mask that the narcs are putting on. But remember that that's what they showed you at first. Remember that that is what maybe drew you to that narc in the first place. That fake nice guy, nice girl persona. And then eventually who you saw at the end that was different, and he called you to leave because that's who you figured out that person really was behind the mask. Well, when people believe the narcissist, either they're just as toxic as that person, so they might know about the toxicity, but they really don't care because they're also in it. And calling that person out would also mean, by default, you see here those crystals just fell, calling themselves out because they're both committing those poor behaviors. And so they enable someone else's bad behavior because they, in their mind, even subconsciously, it justifies their own. And it's not okay. They're enabling someone else to not grow so that they can justify not growing themselves. But that's what keeps them stuck. And then they get mad at people like us and they try to make us feel wrong for growing. But really, they're both just stuck in the mud and they don't want other people to outgrow them. They don't want to grow, but they don't want other people to outgrow them. This is fucked up. That's crabs in a barrel mentality. And you know what? A water sign card kept coming up. I've had a couple of Cancerians gang up on me for this reason. You know, they often do that to Gemini. Cancerians often don't trust Gemini, interestingly enough, which is funny because the Cancerians that I walked away from who felt some kind of way about me are the ones who are not trustworthy based on what they did. And then, which is why I walked away. And then their actions from that point simply verified mine. They don't trust me because I walked away, but I don't trust them because they're not trustworthy. They didn't trust me because I didn't tell them everything, but I didn't trust them because they're fucking backstabbers and emotional manipulators and gaslighters. No, ma'ams, you need to grow the hell up. Because one of them was 50 years old and old enough to be my mother, and the other one was about my age, and it was not excusable from either of them. And then they ganged up together with a rapist, a convicted domestic abuser. And you know how I remember, and I know exactly how long after my daughter was born that I was sexually assaulted? 6 weeks to the day, because I will never forget hearing, "Oh, it's been 6 weeks since you popped out a child with no drugs by choice. How long am I supposed to wait?" As long as I fucking want you to, motherfucker. Do you hear that singing bowl ring with my voice? First of all. Second of all, my body was not healed. I ended up anemic and I hemorrhaged. So I lost too much blood and I had pretty bad bruising. So by the time I was sexually assaulted after 6 weeks after pushing out a child with no drugs by choice, I actually Googled if your fucking pelvic floor could be dislocated because I was in so much goddamn pain. And I have a very high pain threshold. I deliver children with no drugs on purpose. So no. Shut your mouth and stay seated. That's how I know the calendar date. Because how long does typically your doctor tell a woman after delivery to wait before having sex again for the internal organs to close up so there's no risk of bleeding or infection or anything? About 6 weeks. But sometimes it takes some women longer to heal than that. My body was not done healing. But he did not give a fuck because he's a rapist. Oh, and he's laughing. Because I hear this karmic laughing. 9422. Yeah, divine masculine's angry though, but a calm angry. Because it's not funny. Yeah, the karmic's not laughing anymore. Heard that? That deep guttural swallow. That I've seen dogs do that when they're nervous. I've seen a dog do that anxious deep swallow in the very deep base of their throat because they're scared of a cat, actually. And you know, I picked up a channel yesterday about these karmics being put down because they have been, oh, so do I love Jesus. Jesus is my homie. Because they Hold on, let's see. I wish you'd shut up. I wish you'd leave people alone. Yeah, see, there's protection here, though. Aw. Yeah, see, we're not doing that. And I know what you're doing. Oh, I love Jesus. See, these people keep trying to come here, and they think if they say things like that I will think something of myself, or what this is other people trying to shun spiritualists for not being small-minded. No, bitch, you're small-minded, first of all. And Jesus would not condone you stalking and harassing people to try to propagate whatever it is that you're doing, because I see it. All right? You blasphemous bitch. We know what you're doing. Fuck off. Which is why you deleted your comment after I called it out, just before I blocked you. You know you're wrong. So do I. 9622, you old hag. Your spirit is ugly. I don't need to see your face. Frankly, I don't give a fuck what you look like. Your spirit is ugly, and that's all that matters. Because it speaks a lot louder than your face does. And it speaks before you do. You need to say nothing. I heard it loud and clear. You wretch. See, I told you the demons were coming out. They just can't help themselves. The devil's working through anybody it possibly can right now. You just can't help yourselves. And isn't it funny that they keep trying to come here and project their demonic tendencies at me? Baby, I'm closer to God than you could ever fathom hoping to be. But you want to sit here with your blasphemy and try to preach Jesus at me? Well, unfortunately for you, like I said earlier, divine masculine's like, if I live with divine feminine, I'll be with the master. I mean, like, I could learn from her. She's closest to God. Yeah. You see these little asshats? They're jealous. That's projection. You need psychological help, and you need Jesus. I'm cool with the divine. Thanks very much. But obviously, if you're barking up my tree like that, you know that somewhere deep down inside you. Otherwise, you wouldn't feel so insecure and compelled to do that. You wouldn't try to feel the need to scream into the void. You're in my kitchen, honey. Remember that. It's hot in here. I suggest you be mindful of jumping out of the frying pan, knowing that you'll jump straight into the fire. You chose to come into this hot kitchen. I did warn you. And like I said, I know exactly who this person is. These are little local cunts behind fake accounts, largely. And if it's not that, these are these local cunts behind fake accounts who play with spell work and try to do conflict and chaos magic. And so then if it's directed towards a specific person, anybody that's tuned into that lower frequency radio station is a vessel for the devil. Whether it's a stranger or anybody else, it's like they get this impulse to do something or say something, and it's the devil speaking through them because they're all tuned into the same radio station. I don't do that. Not today, Satan. I told you it's an ex, jealous ex who's recruiting other people to do it, or who's sending this negative energy out. Chaos and the conflict. Anything else? Yeah, it's a trickster spirit. I'm not confused, though. That's why they're mad and they keep trying. But how delusional are you to know that it's not working and still keep trying? That's the definition of insanity, you idiot. To keep repeating the same process over and over again. To keep trying to target the same divine feminine or keep trying to gaslight when you see clearly that it doesn't work and it hasn't worked and it's not going to work. You're so stupid. And you just can't stop licking that canker sore, can you? You just can't stop licking that herpes in your face, can you, you ugly bitch? Because I picked that up, too. Here, let's pull out the cards of humanity. I'm picking up medical mediumship. You're fucked. I don't pull those out often, but when I do, shit hits the fan. Yeah, see, they ran away after I said that. Ha ha. Are we good? Yep. So let's see. Ew. So these are people who are not nice to children. They're dirty and gross. to children. And they bully and try to make children feel bad about themselves, it sounds like. That's so fucking sad, dude. That's sad. You're monsters. And you know what? These are people who've been, like I said, bullying my child and I. So if you've come and seen them write comments like this to me, what do you think they're saying and doing to my child? Well, sexually assaulting her, calling her crazy for being upset about it, and also being upset about the fact that she was illegally kidnapped from her mom, and then trying to force pills down her throat after throwing her in a mental hospital instead of sending her home to her mom where she could stop being traumatized. These people did not give a fuck about her. They threw her in a mental hospital because they did not care about her well-being. That was just another thing that they could try to make look bad and then blame on me. And they did. But I didn't do that shit to her. Or myself. They broke the law against both of us. That's why I'm suing the shit out of all of them. Yeah. They were bullies. Pigs. And then the whole gorilla, I'm not picking up gorilla like a regular gorilla. Do you know about the gorilla? It's the Munchausen by proxy, or more specifically, the Stockholm Syndrome reference. You know, the Patty Hearst gorilla case? The gorillas were a gang. They kidnapped this rich woman named Patty Hearst because they thought, Ransom of Red Chief, they thought that they could get money from her parents. And they locked her, I think, in a closet for a couple of weeks. And then when they finally let her out, and she saw daylight for the first time, and they gave her food and shit like that, it's like she thought that they were, I don't know, her family or whatever. So she was brainwashed into believing that her kidnappers were her allies. And so she joined the gang and tried to hold up her parents for money with them. That's what they tried to do. But see, they're not even nice to the kid. And then they wonder why these kids still want to come home to their fucking mother. You dumb shit. This is why people hate you and you hate yourself. You don't even like your own reflection, you dumb cunt. 102.22. I don't feel bad for you. I don't feel bad for you. I have the screenshots of you screaming that in my face and calling me that every day instead of calling me by my name. So you can have that back, you motherfucking ugly little piece of shit cunt. And there's a karmic male who's laughing, but I'm seeing him be locked up behind bars. So he's not going to be laughing soon. He thinks it's he thinks it's funny that I sound upset because he thinks, well, I fucked her up. Bitch, your life is over. Because that's how you thought and that's what you chose. No, it's not. I'm still out here and you're upset and it's 1 o'clock in the morning. And yeah, I took a bunch of naps today. It's been a full moon the last couple days and I have a medical appointment tomorrow that will rebalance my whole schedule. But you're going to prison because that doctor I see tomorrow, also I've been seeing for 4 years and is ready to testify against you to a federal judge. So fuck off. Yeah, there's this anxious swallow again. So that's psychology. That is something that criminal psychologists will look for when they're watching, or an investigator, right? A criminal investigator. It's a form of a micro expression, body language reading. And when somebody does that really deep guttural swallow, and you can hear it like that, that is a unconscious anxiety response. That is their body trying to spit out some of that anxiety, and that because it's overwhelming. Right, their mouth fills with spit and they just get so anxious, and or on the flip side, some kind of dry mouth, and they have this deep, you can hear it, this anxious swallow in their throat. It's not a conscious response. They don't mean to do it, but he's nervous and he can't help it, and I heard that. Yeah, so somebody who, if this was the only thing I would let them do or come near me to do, this they would. There's a song by Ash Nico, and what was this? Is it Later Boy? She says, stuck in my butt, he'd be lucky just to sniff it. Like these people have their business, their nose is so far shoved up her business, it's like they've got their brown nosers. They have their these are just snakes. I'm not even acknowledging these idiots anymore. You're just getting blocked. So you're wasting your time making all these fake accounts and creating more of a paper trail for yourself, first of all. And second of all, you're getting exorbitant amounts of bad karma for it. So I don't know why. I don't believe in karma. Well, bitch, it believes in you and it knows no deadlines, so it doesn't matter. Imagine trying to claim or pretend to be an atheist because you think that that's the way to dodge karma. Motherfucker, divine providence does not give a fuck whether you believe in it. You're gonna eat shit. Hardy. 105.42. Bet you hear me now. Bitch, don't you? I'll be back on screen in just a few minutes. The phone's, it's got more of a charge, enough that I'm comfortable taking it off. But just give me a second and I'll do that. Give it a few more minutes. Smallpox blanket. So these people are sick and twisted. They've been trying to bring sickness into, I mean, this is a work field for me. These people are harassing me at my work. So that's a crime too, by the way. Smallpox blankets. Also, Divine Masculine's pissed at that. You know my Divine Masculine watches me here, right? Come talk, DM. So he sees all the shit that you've been trying to do. You asshats. It came out in the reading I picked up last night. The Divine Feminine with the red hat. Yeah, I told you. They've been trying to mess with people at their jobs. Corporate America. Or these are people who bullied their way to the top of the social hierarchy, but like I said, they peaked in high school, and that's why they're still doing high school bullying shit like this. And imagine what a miserable fucking cunt you have to be as an adult to be acting like a spoiled teenage brat. You pathetic piece of shit. Can't relate. Psychos. And that's why they're getting the death penalty, some of them. Some of them have been committing crimes against humanity, against people. People have committed these crimes against me. I've gotten hate crimes, and these people have committed federal felony crimes against me. Crimes against humanity are the same as war crimes, and so is the penalty. The difference between war crimes and crimes against humanity is, while the offenses are the same and the penalty is the same, the difference is whether or not those crimes were committed on, let's say, U.S. soil or a foreign country where there's an active war zone. A war crime would be when these crimes are committed in an active war zone, like Syria or Israel or somewhere that's being currently bombed or what have you, right? The crimes against humanity, while it's the same crime and the same offense and the same penalty, those are when you've got U.S. citizens, let's say, terrorizing other U.S. citizens or people in the same town committing crimes against their own fellow townspeople or people in the same state or whatever. The penalty for these, whether it be crimes against humanity on U.S. soil, so terrorism, in-house terrorism against other U.S. citizens, because that's what it is, terrorization. It's a law violation called United States Penal Code, or USC, Title Section 18-241. You can look it up. The FBI has had a whole webpage about it for years. But the penalty for this is the death penalty in the states that still carry this. And you don't think that I recognize your screenshot from a few minutes ago when I blocked you before? That was stupid. The same fake account just came through twice. I blocked the first one and they made a second one, but you used the same profile picture on the second one as you used as the first. You're not even good at you're just stupid. Just stay away from me. Just stay away from me. Thank you very much. I see it for what it is, and they're all being blocked just consistently, but just so you know. And this is also why I'm making a point to quickly, briefly address the situation as they come up. I just blocked another couple of them. Because those on the replay will understand what I'm talking about, even though the comments are gone. And I'm screenshotting them. Thought it was all fun and games, except I'm the only one who's laughing, and I will be laughing all the way to the bank, in fact, the death penalty. So these specific situations, crimes against humanity, and also, speaking of cards against humanity, crimes against humanity, and yeah, these people have been ganging up, these weird people with others. Not the good kind of weird. And so for the states that do not carry the death penalty, they'll get life in prison. But there's not small crimes, they're huge. One of the people who sent me death threats was recruited by somebody that's in the state that I'm in right now on the East Coast. But one of the people who sent them is actually living in Colorado. Colorado actually still carries the death penalty, interestingly enough. And you know what's interesting about that is the death penalty that they still have lined up that I read about was the firing squad. They still have a firing squad death penalty law in Colorado, meaning that if there's a criminal who faces the death penalty there, legally speaking, they could put them against a concrete wall and just have a bunch of soldiers shoot at them until they die. Then that would be legal. That would be the death penalty. That still is a law that exists there. So these people should not have been barking up my tree. They definitely should not have been barking up my tree. And you know, it's wild and quite funny. They're all trying to sit here and say, Jesus, 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 as if to call me a witch. But when they left me that death threat, they said they were going to burn me because they were calling me a witch. And these are people who are part of an active cult. These are people who are involved with that cult that's being run by the domestic violence center worker who quit her day job at the domestic violence center, who was being paid to protect my daughter and I. But then she went to gang up on me with the same people she was being paid to protect my child and I from. And not only did she take their money and let them join her little cult gang, but she also sat on Facebook with them, and I have the screenshots of that too, and talked shit about me with these same convicted criminals who she was being paid to protect me from. She quit her day job at the domestic violence center to create a cult to attack me while she ganged up on me and called me crazy for being a medium, while she copied all of my mediumship. Oh, and also stole my artwork off my Instagram. And then was trying to sell classes, teaching other people to pay her to steal more copies of it. Here, come to this paint and sip class and I'll teach you how to paint this stolen artwork. Okay, well, I'm suing the shit out of you. There's that. Anyway. They'll get it for that. It's all good. But I still have the screenshots. And so isn't it quite contradictory that now they're trying the, oh, go towards Jesus thing, but before they were attacking me for precisely that. These are people who will flip the script, always going against you, no matter. That card came out earlier. Let's see, where is it? We'll find it. Always going against you, always trying to argue against you, even when they're wrong. They'll argue the opposite point that you're speaking, even if they're wrong, even if they know that they're wrong, just because they don't want to admit that you're right, just because they want to conflict and combat. So they'll try to gaslight you. If they know that they're wrong, they'll try to gaslight you to convince you that you're wrong, hoping that they can bully you into just giving them what they want. And sometimes they really are delusional and they do think they're right, and then they get mad at you for not letting them listen to their delusion. It's crazy, but that's what they've been doing. Here it is, right on the bottom. I felt this weird urge to, instead of flipping through this side like I was, flip it over. It was the very card on the bottom. Yep. But they're wrong. So they're just arguing a dead point anyway. They're just being stubborn. They think we're being stubborn because we won't listen to them, but we're not. We're not being stubborn. We're just not listening to them because we know that they're wrong. They're being stubborn because they refuse to acknowledge that they're incorrect, and they're being bullies instead of learning to grow the hell up. Pretty much. These people are crazy. I can tell I'm getting under your skin. No, baby, we're all sick of your shit. Nobody likes you. Not even your own parents I've been picking up lately, so you can't really blame us, can you? I'm sure they've had an attitude with you, haven't they? Or they've been kind of funny towards you? Yeah, there it is, Karmic Female. How do you know that? Because I feel it and I see it. And I hear it. I hear your dad talking to your mom at night. It's an evening conversation in like a living room. They're both sitting in chairs or on a couch or maybe at a table or something. It's like in a living room kitchen situation between them. Maybe one of them is in the kitchen and one of them sitting in the living room, and they're talking between the two. But I'm hearing, it's like the dad and the mom say that they're disappointed in this karmic female I'm hearing about. Yeah, well, Not just karmic female, but there's one in particular, and her parents are upset with her. Just picked up macaroni and cheese. This might be somebody who has like an eating disorder or something. Yeah, this is an ex, somebody who ganged up with an ex. So it's a karmic male who bullied a divine feminine because she wouldn't be with him, and then a karmic female who ganged up on her with him. And I know who this is because I picked this particular energy up years ago. This karmic female felt like she was fat, so she went to her mom's house for dinner, and the mom made macaroni and cheese, which was like one of this karmic female's favorites or something, and she was pushing it around on her plate, and she might have had some kind of eating disorder before, and her mom noticed, like, first of all, that she wasn't eating one of her favorite foods, and second of all, that people with eating disorders do this, like bulimia or anorexia. They'll try to push their food around on their plate to make it look like it's disturbed, or make it look like they've eaten it, or make it look like there's less food on there, but really they are just pushing it around so that they don't have to eat. And so, but this is the karmic female who will binge. She'll try to starve herself, and then she'll go on binges. Because this is the same karmic female that I picked up, that there was this fallen masculine, or this karmic male that she was with, that she chose to tag on to him bullying divine feminine. And one day they went out for like dinner or lunch or something, and he ended up getting macaroni and cheese, if not for the lunch, then as a side. But he didn't eat it, or he didn't eat it all. And so he put it in her refrigerator, and then he went off to work, and I think they were living at different points at that time, so she thought he wasn't going to be back for it, and she ate it the second he was gone. And then he stopped in for lunch one day and was bummed out that this was a whole thing. This was so weird to pick up, but it made sense in retrospect, just given the context of these energies and like their consistent patterns and stuff. Also, why they try to accuse others of having these issues when really it's clearly them. Or they create these issues in others, or they try to, and then try to blame other people for it. Putting people through what they're refusing to get help for themselves. And so this karmic male came over and stopped by to see her, and he tried to pop in the fridge and say, hey, I want to grab the rest of those leftovers I left in here. And instead of saying, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't think you wanted those, I had those for dinner, I had those for lunch, she blamed it on the dog. She said the dog ate it, and the dog did not. So she blamed, I just heard Snoop. She blamed the dog. Or the kids, or a kid. Saying a kid or a dog, 1:11 on the clock here on the east. I just got another flash. This is the same karmic female I picked up. This karmic male, I don't know if it was a birthday party or some kind of like gathering or dinner or something, but there was an event at this karmic female's house or something, and the karmic male was visiting, and he drove there, and she didn't want him to leave. So everybody was getting ready to, head out sooner than later. The thing was kind of dying down, and this crazy bitch hid this dude's keys so that he couldn't leave. She tried to pretend like he didn't know where they were, or she didn't know where they were, and he wanted to leave. He was getting ready to go to the store to pick up cigarettes or something. That's what he said. And so he went out for a cigarette, or went to pick up his keys to go get cigarettes, and couldn't find them here to get in the truck. But really, she'd hid them. She took them so maybe he would be willing to stay if he couldn't find them. It was a trap. She was trying to give him no choice but to stay, or make him be like, well, I guess I'll just stay here then if I can't find my keys. But he wanted to go. And so he kept scouring the house, and he looked under the couch. He was looking under the couch cushions that he was sitting on, and she's like, oh, I already checked under there. And this is somebody who stole his keys and then pretended to help him look for them so that he wouldn't suspect her of stealing the keys, because she didn't want him to know that she was trying to trap him into staying there. But he looked under this couch and at the cushions and in the cracks and all this stuff. And then when he went back out of the same room that he had just gotten done searching, she went in and she stuck the keys, because she gave up. She realized, all right, shit, it's not going to work. Like, he's going to know. He's going to figure it out. He's gonna, you know what I mean? This isn't working. It's not working out the way I thought. Well, this manipulation tactic isn't working, she thought. So she stuck these keys that she stole and hid back underneath the same couch that he had just looked, like under the cushion. Stuck them in the same couch that he had just looked in a few times. And then said, "Oh, I found them." And he's like, "I just checked in there." He was even questioning it. He was like, "This is weird." But she tried to gaslight him into innocence, which is so funny because they were doing to each other what they've been doing to us. Taste of their own medicine, I guess. See, this is the thing, is this karmic male has been going and doing this to divine feminines, and this karmic female has been going around and doing this to people, and they thought that they were going to play each other, but they didn't realize that they'd matched their toxic match. So of course they ganged up toxically towards others, but they were also ganging up on each other. What a terrible partnership. That's not a partnership at all. That's a nightmare. That's a liability waiting to happen. For starters. So he eventually did grab the keys. He found the keys, but he was confused. He's like, I know I checked that couch. And she's like, "Oh, well, this couch eats things." I'm like, "No, bitch, you put it back," and then tried to gaslight him. I saw that. Crazy. So there's that. They'll go that far? Yeah, that was mild, babe. That was mild in comparison. These are some of the people, and this is why I picked up on that energy all of a sudden, because these are some of the people involved with holding my child hostage. So since my child is my child and she belongs in my energy and my care and protection, when people are trying to fuck with her or use her to fuck with me, well, I pick that up. And that's what they had in her environment, unfortunately. That type of shit. So it shouldn't surprise you that they were willing to lie to a judge. They do that shit to each other. They gang up on other people together, including to a courthouse, but they do that shit to each other behind the scenes. 12222. Oh, and by the way, that's why they're not living together anymore and getting divorced. So, especially after they only got married, to try to, I guess, make me jealous after hearing me talk about the fact that Delray and I had planned a beach wedding before he died. And then like a week or two later, they tried to pretend like they were getting married on Instagram for clout, thinking that it would hurt my feelings if they pretended to have a knockoff version of the wedding. That Del and I had planned, failing to realize it's not about the wedding. It's why we didn't just go into the courthouse and why we were waiting to do it the way we wanted to. It's about the love and the connection that you have, and they don't have that. So what a joke. For starters. Somebody's asking, would you? If you'd known he was going to die and you'd never have that opportunity, would you have gone to the courthouse? Yeah, easily. But you see, we had planned a life together, and so we didn't think we needed to. We were willing to be patient and wait for what we wanted. So these people are having, or they will be having, issues with their home environments, but that's because that's what they tried to do to others, was attack other people. Keep people from transforming, growing, evolving, having courage to step up in themselves. These people are insecure by other people's confidence and self-worth. And like I said, we know who these people are. I know who these people are. Here. These are people who are jealous and hateful of your good choices or your movements in life. And instead of realizing that they might have some kind of life purpose or finding their own, they're too busy trying to steal or plagiarize other people's and then wondering why it doesn't work for them. Because it's not your destiny, dude. It's like trying to force fit your big fucking flat foot into Cinderella's glass slipper and realizing A, that it doesn't fit, and B, it hurts you. Yeah, I bet. It's not made for you. It's made for me. It says divine feminine or divine masculine. Cinderella slipper, divine feminine, I'd say in this case. But yeah, be mindful, right? All these people claiming to be new faces here, but it's all just the same, either the same people behind these screens or the same energy, the devil energy moving through the lot of them, because they're all just voice boxes for the devil. And they don't even care or realize that they're being very clear examples of what Satan's bitch looks like. All right. You have got no power. You're punk. You're being used. And you don't even care or realize it. You're pathetic. 125:22. And I think this is funny too, because a lot of people believe that Satan was, or the devil was, one of God's most favorite angels, Lucifer, Morningstar, they call him. The shiniest, brightest angel of them all. But according to this narrative, this demon at this point, is what it ended up being, or fallen angel, okay, claimed that he was God, tried to compete with God. The child tried to overthrow the father effectively. And, well, got booted out of heaven as a result. So these people claiming that the devil is the power and that they work with these dark energies, or they just allow this dark energy to move through them to get what they want, you're falling for the trap. God knew that the devil was not God, so God put the devil in its place. You're too stupid to recognize that. We know we're not listening to that bullshit because we know that God is the ultimate source, but you don't seem to understand that, karmics. You've listened to the fact that the devil's promised you this and that because it claims to be God. But it's lying. And you fell for it. And that's why you're getting bad karma. I don't believe in karma. That's why you're getting divine providence. I don't believe in divine providence. Well, universal return believes in you. In science, we call it quantum law. Eat hearty, bitch. It's got many names, but it means the same. Yep. Yeah, protection, calling for protection here. Anything else? I think we're good. Karmic Female's about to blow a gasket. I feel that. It's like steam coming out of her ears. Not that there's any brain in there to boil anyway, but nonetheless. 127, 22. If there was, it would be a hot pile of soup right now. Fortunately for her, she's got all that forehead, enough to land a fucking plane on. But there's nothing behind it, so that steam coming out of her ears isn't going to hurt anything. I say that because if you're stupid enough to come after my child, or you're stupid enough to come after me, you're a fucking idiot. And that's what she did. Cheers. I leave my collective alone. 1:22 here on the clock on the East Coast. Let's come back on screen now, shall we? So. Here's that. See what Archangel Mike. Hi, bro. I love you. Hostess, hi. I love you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I won't. I will. I mean, I won't forget. I will do that. Thank you. Both. Archangel Mike. Speaking of, just pop through. Let's see what he has to say. I don't need the cards to communicate, but obviously. We'll see. Correct. Yes, you are correct. I know. Your prayers are being answered. Good. To be expected. Those are your husband's pants? I heard yes, they were. Also, you know what I just heard? A Russ song. I heard this earlier too. I'm feeling like I'm half goddess, half mammal. I bet on myself. Yeah, I had to gamble. I saw this coming in my hoodie with the plaid flannel. Watch me turn my life into the Travel Channel. I'm not home. I'll be in Stockholm. Welcome abundance into your life. Speaking of, how interesting is that? That is not the one that I want, I think. This one. Somebody asks, what's the difference? This one is cotton candy flavored. And that's what I want right now. I don't know why, I just do. Somebody's asking, well, what's the other option? Well, one I grabbed on accident was coconut or like pina colada. I don't want that one right now. I've got a strawberry flavored one. I have a watermelon flavored one. And I have a chocolate flavored one. I also got like a sweet candy sugar flavored one. I don't know. But I don't want those ones. I want my cotton candy. If you're a fruit, you be a pineapple. You know what's funny too? I don't really like fairy floss. Like, I don't like to eat cotton candy, but I like the scent and the flavor. Trust the guidance you're receiving. Yeah, there's a reason for it. Also, this one's tinted blue. Tinted blue. Throat chakra. Also the blue back of this card. I was just going to say, this is an Archangel Uriel card. This blue is often also, like, yes, sometimes it's Michael's color spectrum and scheme, but also while Archangel Uriel does have ties to the color yellow, more specifically amber, I do find that Archangel Uriel has a very, kind of like this color. Hold on. Before it changes, I don't know if you can see that. This like hot, icy white blue. Okay, that was like a hot, very bright blue to the point where it has like white in it. You know what I'm talking about? Like icy. And that is his aura color. That's his energy color. These are falling. Why is this falling? Oh, this would help. Got rocks in my pockets. Pocket full of that gypsy stuff. I mean, it keeps me grounded, but it's also yanking my pants off of me. Anyway, you're funny out here. I'm being serious. I know, it's why you're funny. It's so late. Let me finish, please. So, yeah, heard, right. You really don't want to be here. No, I'd rather be off my feet and off screen, but this is important, so we're here. It's not time yet. I know, I have some work to do. Embrace this magical moment. Trust the guidance you're receiving. So, Archangel Uriel is a crown chakra angel. And that crown chakra energy is this very hot, it's white usually, but it also, especially when the throat chakra and the third eye clears through, it does have this like bluish white tint to it, as there's blue on this light again over here. So that's that. Archangel Uriel and Michael and Zadkiel are the 3 holy angels that are not fallen. They are all seraphim. Do not call on those other angels. Sometimes I'm given the clearance to speak those fallen angels' names, to tell you these ones have fallen. I'm being told not even to speak their names today, not as an invocation when I do get called to do that, but as an explanation. I'm being told to not even speak that. But what I will say is that there were like a main 14 or 15 of them, of the 15 main angels. All of them except for those 3 are fallen. But the ones that are left are seraphim: Zadkiel, Michael, and Uriel. What's the difference? The seraphim are at the top of the hierarchy. They sit at the throne of God and they communicate directly with God, and everyone else really that needs to speak to God moves through them. Archangel Michael is an angel that is seen in many different religions. The Catholics call him Saint Michael, but there are other religions that also have variations of Michael in it. So how can all these different religions from all across the world have the same angel unless it's real? Thank you. It's because it is. Joan. You know what is upsetting too? The series, the Lucifer series, the show, it's actually a pretty good show, interestingly enough. But the angels, including Archangel Uriel, which I was super excited to see. I'm like, wow, they actually have Uriel in here. He's often underlooked. Like I said, they cut the Book of Enoch out. But they also had Archangel Zadkiel, and they did not depict either of them. Oh no, they had Michael, Uriel, and Zadkiel. They did not depict Michael correctly at all. He was like evil in this. I'm like, that's so far from the truth. That's so far-fetched. And then you had Archangel Uriel, and he was also very misconstrued. The one that was closest to accurate biblically, energetically, was Zadkiel. The one thing that was a bit off was that it was kind of a double-edged sword. In this, they were saying something like Zadkiel could find the goodness in the devil, basically, or was like willing to work with the devil or what have you. But that is not the case. Zadkiel is actually the angel of justice and karma. But Zadkiel also is the angel of mercy and compassion and forgiveness. So when there is a situation that can be neutralized and placated, yes, obviously that is the goal and the ideal, but not when it comes to making deals. We don't make deals with the devil. God does not negotiate with the devil. We don't make deals with demons. That's why my boundaries are so strong and I stand in them. I don't care what people say or how they try to bully. Right is right, even if only one person's doing it, even if only I'm doing it, and wrong is wrong, even if a whole group of people are doing it. And what I would ask these people is, if someone told you to jump off of a bridge just because everyone else was doing it, would you? Based on my observation of your life choices and your very unintelligent choice to come bully me and my collective or people like me, I'd say you already did. Just saying. You know? You chose. It's almost over. These cycles are being cleared out. There's nothing that they can do. I am picking up that they've tried to capitalize on the moon magic the last couple of days, though. It's probably why I've been called to come hold space. Exactly. They've been working extra hard with demon magic and like dark energy, so I've been called to come here and clear that out and hold space because I have the power to do so and the divine on my side. Exactly. That's what brings these blessings in, because I'm being called to do so. Trust the guidance you're receiving. That's it. I'm done with this. Regain your focus. Exactly. I'm done with this. We're done with this. As I look down. Perfect timing. I love you, Mikey. Brethren. Homies, thanks for the high fives. And that. You said to chill right down my spine. That's what was healing energy. I really love you, bro. Thank you. You really are tight with them. I told you, don't you dare sit here and bark up my tree about Jesus. I'm so close to God, comparatively speaking. You know, not the first thing. If you're saying that shit to me, you don't know who I am. And you certainly have misplaced your step and your footing. Definitely closer to God than people trying to pull that shit on anybody, let alone me. Foolish. But stupid is as stupid did, so there's that. I've got the screenshots to prove it. Okay, let's see. Forgiveness. What did I just say? Zadkiel, keeper of the harvest. Also the harbinger of joy. That's what the angels call me. Keeper of dreams. Well, I told you I came here with some dream prophecy earlier. I bet you I'll have some more tonight. Keeper of stories. I came here with plenty of those today. Plenty of breakdowns and parallels. And I sometimes do teach with my own personal examples for a couple of reasons, not always. Sometimes I get visions and downloads and just random analogies to break things down for people because people learn differently. And I do find that I could mention a spiritual lesson and people could think that they understand it, but then when it comes time to applying it in their real life, they don't actually understand it enough to apply it. But if I give somebody a real life example, or I can, you know, a lesson will come out and I'll say, oh, okay, well, I went through something one time and it kind of plays along this pattern in A, B, and C. Suddenly, some of my, whether they're visual learners or whatever the situation is, some of my people will suddenly be able to see the human parallel in that situation, where the lesson applies, and then also see where it might apply to their own type of situations. Some people just need that human example, and so I teach from many angles. This is why also, as an ominist, I can teach from the Christian spiritual religion. I understand the Catholicism. I understand all these different variations, and I don't judge as long as it's on a side of light. I see it for what it is when it's dark. I can teach from all these different points because the point is the same. So what I have made a point to do and given myself the ability to do through this is basically speak to people through their language from where they're coming from. Some people you can't, they don't want to learn, they want to gaslight and force you to acknowledge whatever it is that they're pushing, whatever propaganda, even when it's wrong. I don't do that. But those who are willing to hear and actually seek truth and listen, I have learned to speak in a variety of languages, so to speak, so that I can help people from wherever. It's not a problem unless karmics try to make it a problem. Retreat. Keeper of stories. So the ladybug is here. There's luck on your side. There's something about blossoming too. Keeper of stories. Something about positive things coming from telling the truth about a situation. Dreams coming true. Yeah, see, keeper of the harvest and transformation. The sunflowers. I'm hearing the Rihanna song again. Keep your face towards the sun and let the shadows fall behind you. Thank you for clearing that out. Keeper of time. Also seeing very clearly that people were trying to drain people's time and energy or waste the time and energy. I mean, like for me, these people spent the last almost like 10 years trying to continue to cover up lies that they didn't have to tell in the first place. Trying to force an outcome that was never meant to be. It's not going to be. It isn't. And things have to be course corrected anyway. And so they've wasted like 10 years of their lives trying to force and control and mess up mine. Yeah, that's why they have negative karma and bad luck. These types of people who chose to bully the collective instead of either leaving us alone or elevating so that they could be on our levels with us. But this is the thing. These are the same people who want to now try to come join you after they couldn't beat you. No. No, you may not. You're an op. We don't let ops into the inner circle. Keep your friends close and your enemies closer. No. You keep your enemies as far as you can away from you. You don't want them in the inside of your circle. Then they're around the people that you do like and love. First of all, trying to cause division and stab people in the back. And second of all, royal bloodline here. Every royal knows that most assassinations, babe, they happen from somebody on the inside. Or from somebody that's trying to use somebody on the inside against somebody. No, thank you. Keep them as far away. Boundaries, there it is. Yeah, see, exactly. Picked it up before I even looked at the card. Action, exactly. So sometimes you have to take action to cut people off or move towards what is right for you. Keeper of opportunity. There are blessings. Tell me about this. Blessings being bestowed. Your opportunities for movement and travel, opportunities for money and abundance, definitely opportunities for love. And I'm seeing like big heart eye emojis, and also hearing something like, go towards this love. If this is a divine love for you, you choose this, because this will also open up not only new doorways of material abundance and opportunities for both counterparts, but the love that they have is so high vibrational, it boosts all their manifestations in every area. That's also why this love is part of their life purpose. Yeah. Because also the twins come together when they've hit a high enough elevation point. So, yeah, God is telling you to come together because you've hit this elevation point. First of all, congratulations, pat yourselves on the back. Second of all, it will only continue to elevate you more. Again, further generating these manifestations, and also more easily, because if the alignment is there to draw in these counterpart connections. I picked up a soul merge as well earlier, heart and soul merge between the twins. So there are physical unions coming in because they're on the same page mentally, emotionally, spiritually speaking, and that's what brings the physical manifestations in. It's what gets them into alignment. That's what the purpose of guided meditations. I don't need guided meditations to do that. I just know what it is, and so I shift as needed. But this is the purpose of a guided meditation, is to like mentally and emotionally kind of get people in alignment so that they can physically take action to do something, or their physical reality can align with whatever it is that their spirit is calling them to do. But if you know that, you don't necessarily need a meditation to do it. Listen. See, some of these people were not listening. If you do not listen, if you reject this love, you're rejecting a higher frequency and also a healthy reflection of yourself at this point, Divine Masculine. I feel like I'm speaking to a Divine Masculine. So you will not receive this transformation. You will not receive this higher elevation. You will not be able to spread your wings and soar the way that you need to or want to. Freedom, I say freedom in reverse. He will clip his own wings sabotaging his own blessings. Don't do that, please. Priorities. We're neglecting his priorities because this divine connection is part of the priority, especially if God wants him to have a family with his divine feminine, and then also like hit certain goals in life and business with her. Or also there's something about possibly politics for some people, possibly just inspiring people with their love, but there's something about altering society on the positive, or having some kind of creative project, or just they people see that life can be different in a positive way by watching this couple just be authentic and in love. And there's something about the world changing in some way, in a positive way, because of this, but not if they don't come together, right? So if God has a timeline for something, maybe this could prevent a war. Maybe something about their, I know it sounds silly, but what if this is like a celebrity couple, or a couple that's destined to be very public in regards to their love on levels, and it sparks something in somebody's heart that might have gunned down a school or tried to start a war, or done something crazy. If they hadn't been able to see that there was an alternative in energy or shift out of that, or maybe even just thought to get some help, like there's something, it could be anything, but there's something like that, from as small as, I mean, it's not a small situation when you have people violent like that, but like a smaller town shooting or something. I don't want anything like that to happen to anybody. Or a big war or an issue or something. What if some politician is having some, like, losing his marbles or something, and maybe he's had a bad relationship and he's gone and spiraling, but then he sees that there's love that exists in the world, and maybe it changes his perspective as to, yeah, maybe that situation was bad, but that doesn't mean every connection. Like, there's obviously still love in the world. So instead of using his power to fuck things up because he's losing his mind, he uses his power to shift things in society because he's been re-inspired by love, or whatever. Like, maybe it's seeing this divine couple make moves together in business or in life, or there's something that changes people, dude, even just their frequency. Like, when I walk into a room, heads turn, and it doesn't matter what I wear or what I don't, whether I'm wearing little to nothing or whether I'm fully dirt from my ankles to my chin and everything covered, right? It does not matter. It's my energy. Older men and women, older people, younger people, people my age, it doesn't matter. And there's something about the two of them together, and they do turn heads. Now, there are haters, of course, but middle finger to the haters that hate us. I keep hearing that. Yeah, good one. And the love that they have, like the groups of people that they inspire with this connection, are much better fans than any you might lose that really weren't, or they weren't people you needed or wanted around anyway. And B, there are much more of them. The quantity is higher also because their frequency is higher, and so what you draw in is higher caliber too. See, there's expectation of that transformation, but only if you take the leap of faith instead of not listening. Right? See? There it is. Anything else? We're good after this. Imagination in reverse. So instead of fantasizing about it, because I hear imagination, I've been hearing it all day, by Shawn Mendes. He says, he's talking about like walking hand in hand by the ocean side, feeling that's just so divine. He says, I want to tell you how I feel. I want to tell you everything. So this is a song about a guy who has like a crush on a girl, but he doesn't tell her that he even knows she exists, or he doesn't tell her that he likes her, even if she does know that he knows she exists, and vice versa. He doesn't tell her how he feels, but he wants to. So he's being told, it's called Imagination, the song. Please don't just keep fantasizing about this. That fantasy that you keep having is not a fantasy. It's a vision of your future. It's your soul and your spirit and the divine calling you towards that love. So please honor that and listen to that. It's not just in your head. It's not just in your imagination. And if you reach out and you take those action steps you're being guided to take, this fantasy will become your reality, because that's where you're guided towards. Self-trust, but you have to trust that. right? The only person who can bring this manifestation in is him, because it's his divine feminine. So nobody else's opinion or say in the matter matters, because nobody is above the divine, and that's who's calling us together. Yeah, so keeper of dreams become contradiction. There's something about duality here, or like there's a balance scale. Do I take the leap of faith or do I not? But you will not reach your dreams and goals, divine masculine, because his dreams and his goals and his visions and this inspiration, this fantasy of what he wants, that's that future. Keeper of pleasure, exactly. He wants this. He wants this love. So make him happy. If you don't take these action steps, you will not step into this. This is a pure and innocent love. This is a good connection. But you have to become that. You have to take those steps. I hear something about nobody ever makes moves by sitting still, or nobody ever gets very far by sitting still. Okay. This masculine is, I'm hearing that he's coming to the conclusion that he would feel worse if he lost her by not communicating because she got bored, or like somebody else snatched her up first, or she felt like he wasn't interested or something, than if she were to reject him after he shot his shot and reached out. Yeah, because he's saying like, and I'm a good guy, like, if she doesn't want me or something, like, I'm a good guy, and that's true, but the reality is she does want him. She just knows her worth, and she knows her value, and God is not wanting her to chase. You sit on the throne, divine feminine. Queens don't chase. That's how the crown falls off. He can come to you, especially if you already gave him the opening to do so. Like if you reached out last, and it doesn't matter. There's something wrong with double texting your person, but not when you're the only person being responsive. And if you did, and they still don't respond back, I'm like, that's on them. That's not on you to keep trying to prove that you're interested because they're insecure and they don't want to respond or reciprocate fairly. Do not chase. Okay? Trying to meet him on a healthy, mutual conversational level is one thing. Do not chase. It's disrespectful towards yourself. Discretion. Yeah. See, the messages are switching a little bit to divine feminine now. You have discretion. Have that self-respect and discipline. Which way that's better. Laughter. So we've been making a point to also make jokes and keep things lighthearted when they come through that way, because what they've been doing is unnecessary, absolutely unnecessary. Permission. So it's like, if you feel like you need permission to reach out to her, divine masculine, for some of these feminines, they already reached out, like they already gave it the clearance. In other cases, he doesn't need permission from other people to reach out to his divine counterpart that the divine is calling him to reach out towards. Like, having these opinions, these other opinions, are not necessary. In fact, I've seen so many times over and over again, that's exactly the karma that comes between counterparts, is they don't trust themselves or their intuition or each other, so they talk about the connection with other people who aren't qualified to be giving advice, don't really know about a connection like this, or are jealous of it and are trying to stuff it up, giving bad advice on purpose. And often they do. Sometimes I've seen it, you'll have masculines who are so confident and they know for sure. I hear, 'cause you got no confidence like me. Only wanna run around these streets. He was so confident in himself until he spoke to people who were, I mean, the ones I picked up on were jealous, some more than others, but there was some kind of jealousy here of this masculine. And so they told him, I don't think that's good for you, or I think your connection or your obsession with her is weird or something, except for it's not. It was a divine calling, and they planted those seeds of doubt in his head that weren't there before he asked them. He knew how he felt and what he thought. And since then, he's been trying to sort out whether that was accurate or whether he was misjudging. But why are these people's opinions more valuable and valuable to him than his own is the first question I have. And the secondly, because I know, based on what the divine said, that those people's opinions were not only incorrect, but they weren't shit, frankly. Why do you care? And why are you still valuing them? You have to pull those weeds out. Those people aren't shit and their opinions were garbage. They gave you bad advice, whether on purpose or not. And I'm hearing, yes, they did. They did give bad advice on purpose. Whether it be subconscious or conscious, it was bad advice. I told you, truth, as I look down at what's on here. Looks like a peacock, because you got no confidence like me. It's in reverse, though. Truth in reverse. The truth card in reverse, because they were dishonest. Transformation. Like, when did those people's opinions become more important than your own? And like, why don't you trust or value your own intuition? And there was a situation where, maybe in business, or there was some situation, maybe it was with an ex or something, where maybe this masculine went to these people as an ear or for some advice on that. And so he's thinking, okay, well, I can go back to them about this one, but either they're like, they've switched, they're in a lower vibration, they're being used as vessels for the devil, or maybe they gave him advice on how to leave a karmic relationship, but they're not equipped to be giving twin flame relationship advice. Most people don't have a twin. There are less than 150,000 twin flames in the world. Do you know how many million people in the world there are, though? Less than 150,000 twins, but millions and millions of humans. So how many of those humans are really equipped to be giving advice on something they know not the first thing about? Millions of people who know not the first thing about a twin flame relationship, because there are only a handful of thousand in comparison to the millions. Right. The math is not mathing, is it? So there's that. Peace. Yeah, see, they disturbed his peace when he listened not to his own intuition, but he listened to the naysaying or confusions of other people. What does that say? Discernment. He did not have proper discernment. Nope, he did not have proper discernment at that moment. Prepare. Because he was prepared to go take that leap of faith towards divine feminine, or he was getting ready to take whatever steps he needed to after realizing that was his person, and they told him to stop doing that, or that he was, like, see the squirrel? That he was nutty for doing so. He was a nut job for listening to the divine call that they don't have to go towards his divine feminine, who they also don't have. Of course they don't understand the emperor and the king. You know why? Because they don't wear the crown. Only the empress would truly understand him that way and be able to recognize him. And only the emperor would truly be able to recognize the empress that way. Those people aren't qualified. This is Napoleon's karma. Because he listened to his advisors who told him to divorce his true love that God sent him in order to sleep with some weirdo to have a baby, because they thought that having a male heir would save the kingdom. And they thought that it was at risk without a male heir. But the reason that God had let him keep the kingdom even without a male heir for so long, actually Napoleon had a nephew or something that was going to be the male heir, but then he died young. He died as a child, I believe. So I think it was a nephew. So that's when that whole thing kicked off. But the God had let him keep the kingdom regardless of the fact that he didn't have a male heir, because he had been choosing his true love, because he chose himself when he chose his true love and he chose the divine path. So when he finally, after 15 years of his family, his mother and his sisters, who were always jealous of Josephine, they felt like she was smarter than they were and superior to them. They felt like she carried herself with an air of grace that they were jealous of. And so they were nasty. They were never nice to her, and they tried to intentionally create conflict. I picked up some other things about that too. I won't get into that right now, but they didn't want them to have an heir, and specifically did things to try to block that, actually, Josephine and Napoleon, because they were not nice to her, ever. And then he had the advisors who were telling him to divorce her so that he could have this male heir and save the kingdom. When he finally listened to them after 15 years, first of all, she panicked. She had a meltdown. And then he lost the kingdom. When he chose love, he could keep it without a male heir. But the second he chose status, the appearance of status, materialism, wealth over love, he lost everything. He was exiled from his own country. He lost the crown. The chick he slept with, I married a womb, he said, meaning I don't even like her. They just told me I needed to make a kid with her. She went back to her home country to live with her dad with the child, so that was just a waste. That was just a waste. So what a waste of a happy, otherwise, relationship, for the most part. I'm sure royal life was very stressful. It's not a job that I would want this life around, nor president. Good Lord. Listen, risk. Take that risk. Take the risk. Listen to the divine masculine. You take that leap of faith. So the advisors told him, go marry this other person and have a child. And he did. He lost his country and the crown. He lost his true love. He was quoted to have died crying out her name, Josephine. He also was sick, really sick, with like ulcers in his stomach. And he loved coffee, but he couldn't have coffee on his deathbed because of the ulcers, and they were so bad. And I'm sure the ulcers were probably because of the stress. From people trying to control his life. Hold on. Rewind my hip bone. Here we go. I work out. When I walk in the club, this is what you see. Everybody's eyes, and they're looking at me. You know what? I've been seeing this for weeks. I just saw it again. When I was like 18 years old, I was in this club, and it was about an hour away. I don't even think this place is open anymore, frankly. But it was a dance club, and they had this projector with a big visualizer on the wall, and I was in the middle of the dance floor. There were tons of people around me, and we were all some people were dancing together. I was just in my own little world, happy, watching the visualizer, and I was flowing to the beat, and all of a sudden, this beat track spun,
And when the drop hit, I did this triple pirouette and then hit the floor in this move with my leg. I put my leg out in this move. And all of a sudden I hear the whole club go, "Oh!" And I look up from my own little world, and people have made a circle around me, like one of those dance movies. You know, once people start, what is it called? Like the street dancing, what is it called? Break dancing, and people will, like, the crowd will gather in a circle around it was like that. I didn't even realize the crowd had fucking parted because I was so busy watching the visualizer playing in my happy own little world. All these people had created a circle around me, an empty circle, to watch me dance, and I had no idea. Till they went, "Whoa!" and broke me out of my little zone. When I walk in the club, this is what you see. Everybody looking and they're staring at me. Isn't that I'm sexy and I know it? I'm sexy and I know it. Is that where that's from? Oh my God. You know what? Also, I remember that night very distinctly because they had played a song. Grab somebody sexy, tell them hey. And somebody ran up to me, like yanked me by the waist when this line hit and screamed, "Hey!" in my face. Like, what the fuck? It was a night. Hey! Oh, huh? Yanked me backwards. Like the fuck? People are weird, dude. Somebody said, was it a guy? Yes. Yes. Anything else? I think we're good with these. To have discernment. 172. That's a message. Be mindful how to have discernment so that you are not manipulated by these puppeteers trying to bully you or scare you or gaslight you into making certain choices or allowing you to let them make those choices for you. That has to do with possibly a child trauma wound. Like if I'm seeing somebody whose parents never let people make choices for them growing up, like your parents didn't let you make your own choices. Whoever I'm speaking to that resonates with this. And so now they don't trust their own judgment. Unfortunately, that creates codependency. So they feel like they need other people's opinions and approval to trust their own. But that's a problem because if you know what's right for you and your intuition is telling you something and people give you conflicting advice and you're already not trusting your intuition, that's going to make it worse because then you've got their opinions with your own thoughts and those emotions or those whatever is pulling them in whatever direction, and there's more conflict there. It's like what they were really looking for is somebody to, I'm going to ask you, what were you hoping that they would say? I was hoping they'd say yeah, and they'd agree with me. Exactly. So he was set in that before he let other people convince him that he either wasn't when he was or that he shouldn't be when he should. Pretty much. That's not for everybody. But I have seen that before. It's a very common narcissistic manipulation tactic, unfortunately, and it's something that the devil has found a very convenient way to try to tear apart the lovers, the angels, before they come together. Pause. For in my case, for example, it took all these people to gang up on me as one person. Now imagine how much they would fear two of me.
Took all of them to gang up against just me. They don't want there to be two twins working together. They had a hard enough time with just one. Okay. Coaching. So this is what I'm standing here doing right now. Clear empathy. Okay. Picking up these discernments. I'm standing here to do some healing because I understand and I do empathize. It's really sad and I don't want to see anybody go through that again. That sucks. Dream interpretation. Like I said, I came here this morning with that. I'm sure I'll probably have some when I go back to sleep to come back with. And I answered that earlier. I'm a numerologist as well. There's also runes that came out. I mentioned all that Freya energy that's come out lately. Even today, like a Karmic Female I mentioned, trying to plagiarize my work. And she either posts my lineage and ancestors, or she's got tattoos of me, my past lives, and or my ancestors that she tried to attack me with. Stupid. Like she tried to play with spell work, but called my own ancestors to attack me because she wanted to call in some powerful deities, not realizing that that's my bloodline. But Freya, goddess of motherhood, war, beauty, also magic, runic magic. Oh, stupid of them. Discernment. And that's why I come here, to help you know this is the truth, this is what's not, this is what they're trying to gaslight, here's where you need to, here's the alignment. Here's how you stay centered. Aromatherapy. Human design expert. Being called to explore and uncover innate traits and gifts to encourage one to work with their natural states of being for greater alignment. So that's also what I'm doing here, just to be very clear. Let's see, can I get a few for Divine Feminine? Astral travel, dream work, dream space, or I mean, I don't just do it when I'm asleep, but yes. Or spirit communication. I told you I've been making candles. Automatic writing, I also mentioned that yesterday. I do that as well. So there's a reference of mediumship. And then also I do this. I mentioned this. I showed you this kind of this morning. It's not quite the same tasseography. This is coffee ground or tea leaf reading. And I do that. Pocket full of the gypsy stuff. I heard you calling me through the dissonance. Heard you calling me through the dissonance. The levers I hear. Yep. Release energy blockage. But I also showed you the smoke today, billowing up, and how it's very beautiful. It's one of the first things I shared with the nap dream prophecy that I picked up earlier. I also read clouds, shapes in clouds. And I mean, I know it sounds weird, but I've noticed this, when you wash your hair, sometimes you just naturally, over time, strands fall out, just part of the growth and regrowth process. So typically speaking, if while you're washing your hair, one gets stuck to your hand, you'll stick it on the wall and then throw it out later. Well, sometimes just the way that it sits, or like when little water droplets, humidity droplets slide down the shower, they make these little strands kind of dance or sit in funny ways or move into different shapes than they were when you stuck them on the wall. Right? So like shapes in clouds. I also notice kind of like cave paintings, depictions sometimes in these, and I also will get downloads that I can read through that. I can read anything. When these people had me falsely arrested twice for whistleblowing on pedophilia, which they claimed I was lying about, although I'm not, and I can prove that. I can prove that they lied too. Aromatherapy. We'll do some herbology in a minute. So mad. They're so mad. Sick. I thought we were going to take her out. We made her sick in jail. Yeah, well, look, as I split the deck. You just saw that. There's cartomancy right here. Scrying. Being able to pinpoint these energies. So when I was in jail, obviously I didn't have my oracle or tarot decks. Hello. No, I had all of those charges dropped because I could prove that I'm telling the truth and that they never were. But they still tried first. Twice, in fact. Actually, they tried more after that, but they were not successful. Because people started figuring out what they were doing. Some people were not having it. Some people continued to try to let them be bullshit, but some did not. So cartomancy, I didn't have those. Now, the first time they sent me in there, I had nothing but the angels and my own abilities. But the second time, I was offered a Bible, and I was offered a deck of cards. I can read both. When I buy a deck of cards, I mean like playing cards, like slapjack, like poker cards, your regular spade, jack, ace, king, you know what I mean? All right. I only got those at the very tail end. I know I left some good on that Bible for the next person, though. Yeah, I heard magical fingers, that magic touch, eh? That Midas touch, eh? Astrology. Also, something we've been touching on the last couple days. Chakra work. We did that this morning. I did some chakra healing. Anything else? One more. Creativity. Making projects, painting, drawing, palmistry. I also do this. I don't typically get close enough to read people's palms, but I have read my own. I'm actually an ambivert. I was an extrovert before all this abuse started, but one, you have to isolate yourself away from abusers, and then two, abusers try to isolate you away from everybody else. Because it makes it easier for them to abuse you and get away with it. Also harder for you to get help if there's nobody around, right? Yeah, aromatherapy, charm casting, astral travels, again, spiritual retreat host, just I'm holding space here. So the charm casting, be mindful of this. Two things. Like some readers, you'll see them have a little box full of like charm bracelet charms. They've got little symbols on them and different, just anything. They could be shapes, animals, numbers, anything. They make all kinds of charms for everything, really. And so different people have a different assortment of them, and kind of like rolling the dice, they'll just pick a few out, they'll mix it around and then pick a few out, and whatever charms come out, they'll pull some cards sometimes, and it's just like extra messages. I'll do it in a minute with actually the herbology. It's kind of how I do that. I don't look, just is what it is. But it's always accurate. It always parallels because it's one of my gifts. So the charm casting thing, also on the negative, when you have people that play with witchcraft and magic, they will try to hex or charm an object, meaning they put a spell on it. So if they give it to you, it's like you accepting that spell into your life, and then you keep the object in your life that they've hexed or charmed. And
Well, that it's like keeping it going because you still have it on you, you know, you still have it with you. That's why when I let go of a dead connection or situation, like when I break up with an ex, I change my fucking number. I get rid of anything that it was ever given to me or that I just see me like cringing and getting itchy that I was ever given. Like, I'm getting hives, allergic to bullshit. I even got rid of my fire hoop actually, because I can easily get another one. It's not a problem. Because it came from a time period and had direct attachments to a rapist, convicted abuser who I just wanted nothing to do with. So, yeah. There's that. Also, I spent so much time alone the last number of years. I do not burn alone. I will never burn alone. In fact, I am a creator of a fire safety group. Which is funny because these same people stalking me tried to call me a fucking arsonist. Oh, but I created this fire safety education group before this person even knew who I was to start stalking me. So it was crazy. The whole thing was just crazy. Have patience. Impatience. Sweet chestnut. Be optimistic. Hold on. And then chestnut bud, learn from mistakes. So that's the whole bit about like being more mindful about the company you keep, or, you know, why do you need the opinion and advice of other people instead of trusting your own intuition or God or like whatever, you know, whatever this is. I heard that. I mean, you're not wrong, but divine masculine. Oh, that's who that was, by the way. Psychic surgery. Oh God. I heard this divine masculine energy in my ear, and he was a little bit upset with me because he's like, your pants are falling off of you. Which that's not the problem within itself. He's concerned about my weight. Are you eating? He says. Psychic surgery. So he's a healer. He's concerned. I saw your rib cage popping out. I hear. Stop that. I don't like that very much, he said. Stop that. You're being called to explore the past and the present and the future by tuning into the frequencies of the universe. Okay, so I've been picking up that this divine masculine energy also might be getting like past life memories. Like, yes, so he and divine feminine in some cases, but also possibly even like how he died. Ouch. In another life. Hold on, I need to realign this bone. Yeah, do you hear that? You're going to prison for that, karmics. Yeah, there's a karmic male who's scared. She's really not making that up. No, you can hear it. And I've got medical records of it because usually I have a doctor do it and he can do much more than I can do by myself. I can breathe a little bit better, but it's still stuck. And like, I go to breathe and it pulls here, but then it also pulls here. So I can't get that breath down where I need to. Yeah, do you hear that? It's because my rib cage was fucking stuck.
That's not okay. And then here it is. I turned around and this bone just popped in here. There, I can breathe a little bit better, but there's still something stuck. Hold on. Yeah, it's here now. Yeah, Divine Masculine's pissed. I don't blame you. Hold on. Yeah, did you hear that crack? That was my jawbone. And I shouldn't have to do that. That's not normal. But this doctor that I see is called a craniosacral doctor. So you've got these sacral joints, the SI joints down here, the hip, in the back of the hip joints where that all meets. And then you have the cranium, which is the head and the brain and the skull, but they're all connected. So if something is out here, it's going to pull eventually all the way down into your toes, all the way up your legs and knees and everything, and the joints and everything. And then also up the spine in different spots. Up in here, it can mess with your shoulders. Ouch. Yep, there it is. There was another click there. And then your neck and your jaw and everything else, even the bones in here. There's something called the sphenoid bone back here. It's a butterfly-shaped bone, and it controls the jawbone. It also impacts the nerves, the compression of the nerves here, and then in here underneath your eye and in your cheekbone, and then also in the mouth. It's not very nice, but like you can hear it and see me physically realign it. They're going to prison. That's a personal injury lawsuit. Checkmate. I told you. I mean what I said. I will be the one laughing in the end, all the way straight to the fucking bank. Cheerio. Cartomancy. I've seen this the last couple days. There's a Divine Masculine who's possibly recently gotten, because his Divine Feminine seemed to me is a very talented reader. He's been pulling some cards of his own. If we're twins and she can do that, so can I. Yeah, but there's some things you need to know. You don't hear me often come in and do a whole prayer and what have you, but God and I have a whole thing we work out in agreement in advance. So if you're just jumping in without any sort of protection, and also you don't know what questions to ask, like there's a way to ask questions and there is a way to frame certain questions sometimes, because do you need to know certain things and what do you need to know more? Sometimes it's not like what you can find out, it's what do you need? And there's a difference. Sometimes it's, is it any of your business? Like I pick stuff up a lot, but I don't specifically go nosing around in people's business, not unless I'm called to do a reading or something like that specifically, and there's a reason for it. But usually it's just the cards confirming what I'm already picking up. Creativity. Yeah, don't play with spell work, please. Especially if you think it's the way to, maybe there is competition, okay? In regards to people trying to compete with this Divine Masculine for Divine Feminine, but this Divine Feminine only wants her Divine Masculine as long as he's aligned with her and doing the right thing, right? So there really is no competition. There isn't. And if he's thinking, well, maybe I should do a love spell because other people are trying to get her attention, no. If she already loves you, you don't need to do that, first of all. And second of all, two things happen when you do love spells. One, when it backfires, it goes on to the person who sent it, so they become obsessed with the person they sent it on. And two, often it pushes the person they sent it at away because it's not a genuine connection. If it is, you don't need love spells. And trust me, you don't want something that's not for you. That leads to another karmic fallout in the end and a hard lesson to learn. You don't want that. You don't need that. Be mindful. Be mindful of people throwing spell work also, because that's been a thing. For some of these masculine, people have been throwing spell work to confuse him, to make him not trust his heart or his emotions, or want to go towards other people, other relationships,
distract himself with work, or even just like get all up in his head and say fuck this and like go on a single stint, or just be in his own space instead of opening up to this connection, maybe because he's afraid. They want the twins to be stuck. They don't want them together. They don't want them to be happy. I hear, if I can't be with her, I don't want you to be with her. That's what these people are saying to this divine masculine. So if they're doing spell work to try to keep him apart from her, the best way for him to break that spell is to do what? If the way you break a spell is to do the opposite of what the spell is for, like if they're trying to do shut up spells, you break them by speaking. It's your free will. It doesn't work if you don't let them. First of all, you have to believe it, and second of all, you have to let it. Don't. So if they're trying to keep you from your divine feminine, what's the best way to break that curse or spell? Go forth. I hear my child, the divine, go forth, my son. I gave you this woman. Tobias and Sarah. If you go on my website, Horizon Holistics, in the Twin Flame section at the bottom, around the bottom, there is a story reference of Tobias and Sarah. I'll give you a recap now. So Tobias was told to be with Sarah, okay? And Sarah had been pre-aligned to marry like 7 different men before this connection. And every time she would get ready to consummate the marriage, a demon, this lust demon actually specifically, the same type of ones that these karmics try to call to send like divine masculine's lust-based energy so that it steers them away or distracts them away from divine feminine or whatever. I've seen that happen before too. But this lust demon who was infatuated with this divine feminine kept trying to chase away her love, her husband. So he would specifically in this story kill them before they could consummate or solidify the marriage. So then she would be contracted to marry another person, and 7 different husbands this demon murdered on the night of their wedding before they could consummate and solidify the marriage. First of all, your comment is highly ignorant. Second of all, you're down at waist level. You're on my kitchen counter. Okay? You weird fool. Let me show you. In fact, the battery just died, so I can't do this for long. But you're down on my counter. The counter sits at my hips. So what you're seeing is disproportion. Actually, I have an hourglass figure. My hips are in proper proportion to my shoulders. But when you have the camera down here, yeah, the hips will look wider. When you have the camera up here, not as much. But even so, even if I did have a pear shape, what is that any business of yours, and what the fuck is it to you? See, this is a karmic trying to make me feel some kind of way. Yeah, see, those are just karmics. I know who that is. This is a local. This is a local fat pedophile energy coming through. And if it's not this direct person, it's that chaos and conflict spell, because this is that person in a cult. This is that fat bitch pedophile energy. Overweight hag, too old to be doing this. And so divine masculine, I know what this is, just came through and said, are you eating? Like, I'm concerned. I see your ribcage popping out. And so this karmic is trying to say, you're fat. I'm like, bitch, I'm not actually. Right, I've been so injured, my muscles have atrophied, so you can't actually really see my abs under here. But I'm actually relatively slim. Divine masculine feels like I'm underweight actually right now. He's concerned. So I know what you're doing. She is trying to contradict what this divine masculine is saying because she thinks it'll make me feel some kind of way. I know who I am. I don't have body dysmorphic disorder. You're crazy.
I'm not fat? What the fuck are you talking about? Crazy. Yeah, see, that's karmic. Crazy. But jealous. And your spirit's super ugly. And how embarrassing of you? How embarrassing is your life that this is how you spend your time? You're so insecure that you think that the best way to make yourself feel good is to not only try to bully people on the internet, but gaslight them with your own projections. I can tell you're a fat bitch on the other side of that screen, otherwise you wouldn't be calling my skinny ass fat. You're projecting. Poor girl. Yeah, you're a poor spirit. Poor. Bankrupt. You're broke, bitch. I'm only going up from here. It's only going up from here, yeah. Past lives just popped out for Divine Masculine as well. Crystal healing as well. I have a pocket full of that gypsy stuff. Angel readings also just came out. You see this Divine Masculine, spiritual house cleaner? You're being called to explore connections through land, ley lines, meridians. This Divine Masculine may have travel either on the brain or like travel as part of their connection together. I also feel like this is a couple that when they travel and they explore new places, they may have past life ties or connections that they pick up on. And also have like memories and stuff come back. These two people, I feel like they also expand each other's gifts. Like when he's with her, he develops her gifts and vice versa. Like they strengthen each other, but they also mirror each other's qualities on a high note. They learn from each other. Having that healthy reflection of the female version of himself in front of him, it's like it reopens him to these abilities. He sees himself in her, so he steps into that. Psychic surgery. Yeah, this is a healing energy, spiritual decor consultant. So these are two people who work very well to clear space. These people may like a nice organized environment, or they may work better when there's less clutter or chaos. Or they're very good at clearing that out, whether it be physically or energetically, including together. Like, I'm very good at keeping house. Delray was also a very organized person. But I found that when we worked together, everything got done very fast, like much faster than I thought it was going to be. He's like, okay, I'll sweep this up, and you go take care of that, and then we'll meet in the middle and we'll do the laundry together. And I swear we'd have it done in like a fragment of the time that I thought we'd have it done in, and certainly faster than either of us could have done it alone. I don't even know how, but badass power couple energy. So there's something about clearing space and healing, lots of energy healing too. Channeling. This is a Divine Masculine who has the ability to pick up energy, clear empathy. He's an empath. He may be a medium as well. And I'm picking up telepathy between he and Divine Feminine. Feng Shui, yeah. Ayurvedic medicine. And I picked up the herbology as well. I pulled out some herbs, Akashic records. You're being called to explore the Akashic records and provide powerful insights and guidance. And also, you know why? I know why these karmics are doing this. You know why they're trying to come through with these fake accounts today? Because they're trying to trigger me. Because they want to try to say, see, she's not real. She doesn't know it's us behind these accounts. She's not a nice light worker. Look, she called us a cunt. As if I don't have screenshots of them sending that message to me every day instead of calling me by my name for years, Like they want, it's called reactive abuse. They want to try to poke the bear. This is how it's going to play out though. But before I get into that, they're going to poke the bear. They try to poke the bear, and then they claim that the bear is just vicious and violent because It's just attacking for no reason, except for they don't want people to know that they were throwing stones and hiding hands, and then the whole attacking for no reason part, crying wolf, when they're not the victims at all. But this is the thing, is people know what they've been doing now. And yeah, see, there's a couple of karmics trying to, and that's what the cat thinks of you, scratching around in the litter box, you pieces of shit. Karmic male and a karmic female just try to like high five and tag team together. They keep trying to convince themselves, it sounds like, that they're divine masculines and feminines, but they're not. They're attacking the divine masculines and feminines. Because, see, we don't attack these people this way. They think our defense towards them and our refusal to let them bully us into submission or anything is us attacking them. But they were the ones who attacked us first. They were the ones who stepped over our boundaries. They were the ones who put us in positions where we couldn't be around them or knew better than to be around them in the first place. And then they wanted to punish us for that. No, you're the same piece of shit doing what you're doing now. That is why nobody wanted to deal with your dumb ass in the first place. 205-33. And we know what you're doing. I know what you're doing. I just don't give a fuck about you. So that's all I have to say about that. So, frankly, this is how it plays out, though. Spiritual house cleaner. Clairvoyance. Because I see it for what it is. These are people who go into a national park. Now, I do live in a place where there are national parks right here. In fact, that's where that mountain is, where the sun hits first. The sun rises here first out of anywhere else in the country on this side. So there's a park ranger, and they go into the park during off season, knowing full well that this bear has just gone into hibernation. Okay? Usually they have cubs with them at that point, huh? 206-22. And so they go to the park ranger and they cry wolf. The bear is so vicious and violent. You need to put it down. It's a threat to humanity and the public. It's just vicious. It's supposed to be sleeping and it's out attacking people and it's roaring and it's loud and it's scary. I'm so scared. You need to protect me. Go shoot the bear. You fucking bitch. But you see, this park ranger knows damn well that the bear was hibernating because the park ranger is the one who locked up the fucking park after off season, all right? Crazy pants. And so this park ranger suddenly gets pissed because he knows damn well this person's attempting to play him like a fool. And he's pissed that not only did they disturb his park and the animals in it, but they're trying to play in his face. So he says to them, no, I know damn well that bear was sleeping because this is hibernation season. And I know that bear was sleeping because I saw it go into hibernation. And I'm the one who locked the gate because of this hibernating bear, and I closed the park for off season. So first of all, you weren't even supposed to be in the park. Second of all, you definitely should not have been barking up a bear cave. And third, you do not get to play the victim after you woke up a sleeping bear and fucked with her cubs. You pedophile cunt. Ha, you fat fucking bitch. How do you like that? Go a few videos back. The title says it all. To the fat pedophile bitch. This is that energy. This is somebody who has a problem with me giving them back the nasty swears that they've been saying to me for years, and they've been ganging up on me with people who say these things to me for years. And they are trying to attack me in the comment section, as you've seen, those who've been here tonight. They just couldn't help themselves because all their spell work didn't work the last couple days. So now they're trying it in person again because they need to try to stir the pot. Because they just can't help it. They need something to work, they think, in order to try to flip the scales in their favor because it's not working and it won't. Yeah, yes it is. You already gave us the ammunition we need. And God says, no, they didn't. Because they look fucking nuts. They look like crazy people for still stalking you. People don't want to fucking hear what they're complaining about. And even if you are saying something about what they're doing, you're right, and people know that. See, these karmics are trying to laugh, but nobody else is laughing. Nobody important is laughing. Our bullying tactics worked before, I hear. Yes, dude. But you see, aging narcissists, you forgot, because you're the narcissist, that people get fucking sick of the aging narcissist. They realize that you haven't changed, that there's no room to give you the benefit of the doubt. This is what I mentioned earlier. This is that part. They don't seem to realize, because they're so stuck in tunnel vision, let me try to fuck people up energy, that people are sick of them. Okay? When you fall for a narcissist at first, it's because they're giving you this fake nice person mask that they're not really. They're not really nice people at all. And that's what people buy at first. But eventually when you walk away from the narc, it's because you see who they really are, you see their true colors, you know that they're not good for you, you leave them. 2-10-22. And it can feel frustrating when other people are still supporting that narcissist. Some of them are just toxic, which those people aren't important anyway. But they try to make themselves important by creating problems for people to get attention. Drama. It's the only way they do get any attention. It can feel frustrating when people do believe them. But the thing is, if it's not a toxic person and it's just a gullible person or somebody who tried to give the narc the benefit of the doubt, what they're seeing is that masked version of the narcissist that you fell for in the beginning. But it's also an indicator that eventually these people will be able to see through the mask too. And this is the thing, they have now. They have. In some cases, they've seen it for a while and maybe they tried to cognitive dissonance themselves out of it. You're crazy. I think it's really funny that these people think that trying to throw Bible verses at me, first of all, you're bullshit. Second of all, touch not mine anointed, do my prophets no harm. So that cancels out your little Deuteronomy shit that you just tried to drop in my comments, weirdo. But I think it's funny that these people think they're coming to try to preach Jesus at me, who absolutely taps into the divine Jesus. In fact, I've been real tight with Mother Mary all week. 2 weeks, actually. I think it's funny that they try to claim that I'm being blasphemous for coming and speaking what I'm speaking, but they're the ones who keep coming to watch my readings, so what the fuck? Yeah, it's a good point. Baby, it's the whole point. In fact, yeah, past lives just popped out. So you spit that right back at them. Yeah, for as many little Bible thumpers think that they can preach at me to try to tell me I'm wrong, God has given me just enough ammunition, biblically speaking, to speak back at them. Like I said, there's a reason that I can, I've been attacked from both sides. Been attacked by fake fucking blasphemous Christians like that. So I can contradict them trying to attack spirituality by speaking biblically to them. But I've also been attacked by people who play with black magic. Because they think that since I am tapped into the divine and I do work with God and I do speak about Jesus, and I have been all week actually, which is nothing new, that, well, I'm not a witch. I'm too godly for them, so they attack me. Too spiritual for the Christian people, too godly for the witches. But none of these people are God people. They're all fucking fake and blasphemous. They're all dark-hearted. 2:13-22. And you know what? They're attacking the same exact people that Jesus fought for and stood up for. Jesus was not a fucking mascot for the rich and the powerful. Okay? Jesus fought for the poor and oppressed. What the fuck are you talking about? Poor girl, they said. You're broke in spirit. And that, anyway, Jesus and I, if he were alive today, I'll tell you what, we'd be tight. And these same people who are sitting here preaching Jesus, but trying to say that, you know, energy healing or whatever is foul, you know that Jesus could have been considered a white witch, right? Using healing, energy healing, and herbs. You know that Jesus' anointing oil had cannabis in it? Freaking loser. Did you know that? I mean, in Salem, they hung and burned the witches. But in biblical era, they stoned him to death and hung him up on a cross, but it was the same shit. So you're both wrong. And I am not. Which is why none of your gaslighting and bullying tactics will ever work. But it's why you're a piece of shit who's still trying that and you can't get off of it. You're an addict. Get a grip, you loser. You're a fucking loser. You already lost. You're so lost you don't even know who you are. It's why you keep trying to project on others. I know who I am, bitch. And I see straight through you. Oh, come on screen again. Come on screen again. Oh, let's check the battery. If I can, I will. I wouldn't have turned it off if the battery wasn't dead. No, it's pretty dead right now, actually. But I am going to hop off after here. So I don't really need to read anymore. But you know what? The runes keep coming out, so I will pull those. Drink deeply. Tell me about this love, first of all. Between the lovers. Soul merge. Submerge, told you. Call on courage. Yeah, see? Engage your invisibles. You have spiritual support, don't worry about it. Honor the ending. Reclaim innocence. So these karmic connections are ending once and for all. You know what? I sang this earlier. I was only going up from here, yeah. And that looks like the cover photo of that song. It's by Faith Marie. It's called Rock Bottom. What did I just say? Look, I split the deck. I told you. I split the deck. Split the deck. Unmask your darkness. See, these narcissists are being unmasked. Look what's behind that. But they tried to, and I heard that. Something about a pyre yesterday. Like, they tried to put her on the pyre. And it was these people, or Divine Masculine, talking about how these people have been attacking and basically trying to crucify Divine Feminine or like burn her alive or threatening to. Yeah. So isn't it funny how I called them out for sending me death threats and calling me a witch and saying they were going to burn me a few days ago. And now they're coming through with the fake Jesus comments again. But you know why? It's because I've called the plagiarizing cult witch out and all their little flying monkeys. And just a number of months ago, I was informed that the same cult leader has now been pretending to preach God, even though for years she's been publicizing her witchcraft online while trying to plagiarize my content, but spinning it from a dark witchcraft perspective, right? Radiate self-compassion. Yeah, see, stealing from pure lily blossom. That is my last name. Hello. Lilies symbolize purity. No, duality. I'm also a Gemini. I will fucking kick your ass if you require me to, but I don't want to. And that's my pure nature. Own your power. Exactly. I will stand up if I need to. But you should know better than to require me to do so. Otherwise, that's on you, boo-boo. Establish sanctuary. When you disturb my peace and you try to become a disturbance in the force, I will remove you, but it will not be pleasant for you, and that's on you. You should have stayed the fuck out. 21822, guard in the heart. I will weed you out like the irrelevant little sprouts that you are. You can't even plant seeds of your own. That's why you try to fuck other people's gardens up. You black hearts and brown thumbs. Can't relate. Delray was a magician. He was a good gardener. Everything you touch dies, Karmics. Including your common sense, if you had any. If you did, it was gone a long time ago. Yeah, they're feeling quite defeated now. Yeah, there's a karmic female who's feeling quite defeated. There's a karmic male who's getting mad. He's screaming, "You cunt!" Told you. See? They're mad. I gave their nasty energy back to them, and now they're mad. Now they're trying to... Told you. Told you. She figured us out. Bitch, I knew you were going to do that before you did it. I got a reading about that yesterday. I just didn't talk about it. I knew you were going to try that again. I was waiting. Stupid. And you did. But I was prepared for that. You're dumb. I'm not. And you can't relate. Next. Hallelujah. I hear. Hallelujah choir is playing as these assholes get cleared out. Yep. Hard won, heartfelt hallelujah. So there's that. Let's see, shall we? I think we can probably come on screen for a little bit, but this battery is going to die pretty quickly. It absolutely doesn't have a charge. Let's do some journaling. Shall we? So if anybody wants to join me, I would advise grabbing some paper and a pen. I'm going to come right over here. Yeah, I'm picking up some of these karmics are on drugs. So like some of them have been up at night on, I don't know, if it's cocaine or like something. I feel like it's cocaine because it also, or maybe it's not just that, but oh yeah, that card came out earlier, drugs and alcohol. I told you. Because let me grab the charger actually. Because they're very aggressive, and it's not like they're not normally anyway, even when they're sober, but cocaine does make people more agitated and aggressive. I find it makes people like angry and can make them more violent and irritable. So they'll do things like drink and do cocaine and stuff like that, and then they'll go and they'll bully people online, do all kinds of crazy shit while they're fucked up, and then they start to come down in the morning and they're like, oh fuck, what did I do? Because they were all high and they had all this energy and they had all this rage and they had all this, and they let the devil just run right through them. It's pretty much what that boils down to. That's kind of what I'm picking up. But you notice how there were like dozens of, I took screenshots of all of them, dozens of nasty, the people who were here consistently, nasty comments all of a sudden tonight. Well, people have been ghost silent for months. Those are local people causing problems. Once in a blue moon, yes, there are some weird, like there's a weird rando online very infrequently, comparatively speaking. And over the last couple of years, if there's anything online, it's typically speaking the result of, again, some kind of nasty chaos, conflict, magic spell, which the equivalent to that, to put it in human terms, is basically a karmic person praying to the devil for any dark people available and willing to mess the light workers up to be used. So they're calling for any harm that can come to be played out on whoever they're trying to attack. And so the devil tries to speak through people who are all on the same radio station, the same toxic, low vibrational radio station. And so really it's the devil inspiring these toxic karmics to be in that energy. And then when they are calling for these chaos and conflict spell energies, that's them basically requesting that other people on the same frequencies are used, right? The devil speaks to them through those radio stations and tries to give them bad advice that is their free will and choice not to take if they so choose, but usually they do because they're karmic and they don't give a fuck, or they're impulsive and reckless and either don't care about the consequences of their actions, don't think they'll get caught, don't believe in karma, as sometimes karmics don't on a combination of these spectrums. But regardless, it does come back to them and there's nothing that they can do about it. They should have left us the heck alone, frankly. Yeah, there's a karmic male who says, but I'm never going to. And yes, you are, though. You don't have a choice. You're the soccer ball being punted across the field. You don't want to be moved, but you don't have a choice now. Other people are coming in to move you. Not if I have anything to say about it, but you don't. You're a dead soccer ball sitting in the middle of a field. You shitty Taurus energy. Your lesson to overcome as a Taurus is inertia, refusing to change unless forced by an outside party, and you didn't want to learn that lesson. Say less. So, for my light workers, I would start with the date at the top. Today is the 19th. Okay. And I would start by listing thank you. I would start with 5 to 10. Let's do 5. We'll start with 5. Focus on 5 goals right now. 5 things that you want. Write them in the past tense as if they've already happened. Okay? So, for example, if you're trying to be in a more peaceful space, write, I am at peace now. But make sure to write now so that the holy team, the universe, God knows that you mean as effectively as possible. There is a differentiation in time on the spirit plane than there is on the human plane. So ask for it now. Now there may still be some degree of a manifestation period for some, depending on the manifestation or the timeline and the person, but this can help move it forward, and it just makes things more clear for them. And yourself. If you are seeking a healthy connection, I am in a healthy, loving, reciprocal relationship now. That's a good one. If you are looking to balance out your health or some goals you have on this, whatever it is, write that out. I am healthy and live a well-balanced lifestyle now. Now, you still need to take the steps to do that, right? If you need to lifestyle shift or add certain nutrients into your daily routine or whatever the system or situation is for you, you need to make the appointment with a doctor or finish some kind of whatever it is, project, goal, whatever the situation is, this is how you do that. Here's another one. And now release all karmic connections permanently. Thought we were manifesting. That is a manifestation. You can also manifest the forgiveness ceremony aspect of this. I now forgive all past, present, and future pain. Or I now forgive. Let's see. I now forgive. Let's do all past pain. I now forgive all past pain. So anybody who hurt you, or anybody who, anything that caused you harm, you can let go of that. This can help manifest more towards that. Of course, you still need to, if you need to go to therapy and work it out, like you need to do that. But this is help getting your soul centered and kind of checking your mind as well, making sure to have a healthy focal point there. I'm hearing that there's a positive energy coming through, or at least less toxic than, hold on. Is that one of these masquerading karmics? Yeah, I feel like this is a karmic. I'm so sorry that they were sending nasty comments to you. They do that. I noticed that too. Some of them come in with the nasty comments, and then some of them come in with like fake nice comments. And I'm still polite when I hold space. But sometimes you see me or hear me, they don't seem to pick this up. I think my own divine counterpart absolutely would. But I seem to get a little dry, or I'm a little bit funny with the conversation. And there's a reason for that. I'm picking up some kind of funny energy. And I'm still trying to be polite, and I'm, watching, but there's something that's off, and I heard it. So that's why. Still polite so they don't notice. It's because they're not intuitive, but I am. That's why I noticed. But I don't think it would take a psychic to see that. My toxic trait is I expect people to have common sense, and then I get mad when they don't. But I can own that. Divine Masculine says, at least you're good-natured about it. Yeah, well, much more so than they are. You don't actually have to tell people that you forgive them to forgive them either. You never have to speak to them again, even if you do forgive them. Because that forgiveness is not for them, it is for you. Now, sometimes people want forgiveness because, not really because they feel bad about what they did to you, but they feel like that's what they are societally supposed to do in order to like clear out their guilt in the situation, or they think it'll, I guess, fix or resolve the situation. It's called a faux apology, or feign empathy. But this is somebody hoping that you forgive them for whatever it is that they've done, so often they can have access back to you, because losing that privilege, or again being responsible for that, they don't like that very much. It's not that they feel bad for what they did, it's that they're upset that they lost the benefits of having access to you, and that's not very nice. It's not somebody who deserves forgiveness. But holding on to, like, yes, forgive, but don't forget, right? Holding on to that pain or tension that they cause because of this unforgiveness, that's hostile towards the person, the victim. That's not good for somebody to stay stuck in their heart or their head that way. But you don't ever have to speak to this person again or tell them that you forgive them. It's not for them. It's so that you can stop thinking about what they did to you or the holding on to the pain that they caused. You can sleep better at night, because typically speaking, they don't lose sleep over the way that they hurt people. They might be a little stressed about the consequences of their actions, but if it was really, that's so funny. If it was really, I wonder if it's because I blocked those comments. That's interesting. About forgiveness for them, or they really were concerned about what they did, they wouldn't have done it. And they wouldn't only pretend to feel bad when they were facing whatever trouble that they were in for doing whatever they chose to do. So that's that. You can try I am healed. I'm not telling you what to write, but you can try. I'm healed. I am whole. I am safe. If that's something that you need. Another one you can do is I am, especially if people have been trying to target you, I am loving. I am loved. I am lovable. And I like to put in I am love, period. I am LOVE. Can you imagine the karma that these people who tried to play with the Bible thumping attacks today are going to be receiving? Can you imagine the divine providence? Not good for them. God didn't love that ugly. I think it's funny that the same people who've been calling demons tried to sit behind accounts pretending to be Jesus people to attack real spiritualists that they're just jealous of. How embarrassing for them. Picking up a karmic male that's laughing, but dude, we're all laughing at you. You're full. Let's clear this energy out, thank you, because they're trying to disturb these manifestations. There's love Reiki coming through for those who would like this. And there's also manifestation Reiki, booster manifestation Reiki. Abundance Reiki, there's like a booster of that one too. I'm going to bed soon. There's a karmic man who says, no, you're not. It's crazy. Crazy pants. I'm going to try to keep you up. Well, that's too bad for you, because I've already talked to the holy team. We're on the same team. And you don't have any support. And if you do, they're toxic people, and that's not really any support because you're all in trouble together. So, yeah, he says, not if we target you together. You need to just shut your mouth, sir. Nobody gives a fuck about you. You won't leave me alone. Obviously, you have some problems and you're obsessed. You think you're top shit. You think you're top dog. If you were really that shit, if you were really the shit, if you were really as much as you tried to claim that you were, you would mind your own business and leave me the fuck alone. But you can't, because I'm the best you'll ever get and you'll never have me. I'm the best you ever had. And you'll never have me. Ever again. We know you're just a disgruntled ex. Came out in the reading. But your energy screams that. If you were as important or top dog or the shit as you claimed, you wouldn't care about me. You wouldn't be caring about what I'm doing. You wouldn't be trying to stalk and harass me. Even if I was telling the truth, you wouldn't give a fuck. But you do, because you know I'm telling the truth. And you know I want nothing to do with you. But you're still obsessed with me. Because you're a bum. Not because I said so. But I am seeing a deck. And I saw this one earlier too. Let's finish up. There's heart chakra Reiki coming through. I would much rather focus on divine masculine, honestly. And this karmic male knows that. That's why he's mad and that's why he's trying to cause disturbances. So come through divine masculine, thank you, please and thank you. And also the message for divine feminines are let love be louder. Like at this point, it's like dark energy screaming to try to sound louder than the love between the twins, but no, it's still there. Let love be louder. Turn down the volume of these karmics, tune them out. That's why they're trying to, the flying monkeys, they felt abandoned and neglected and they needed attention today, so they came and they tried to attack and cause problems. They can be as mad as they want. They can be as mad as they want. Yeah, I hear one of these karmics saying, I'm not mad, I'm sad that you don't want me. Well, why would you want you? No, I don't even like my own reflection. Pretty much is what they're saying. Well, good, we don't either. We don't want you because you're mean. You have an ugly spirit. It makes the rest of you atrocious. These karmics are delusional. They really do think that they have some kind of like plot or leverage, because I keep hearing, we've got this person now. And I'm sure it is. I'm sure this is one of these local karmics who thinks, yeah, okay, I triggered MGM. Let's take a little screen share. Let's take a few words or a sentence that she said out of context, right? She's been here for 242 minutes and 52 seconds. Let's take a 15-second clip out and try to say this is her whole personality. We tried to harass her and bait her into reacting for hours and days and weeks and years, and so she finally called us cunts, and so I'm gonna tell people she's a mean bitch then. But you see, they're trying to hide the fact that they threw stones first, and that I'm not mean for throwing them back. I just gave them their fucking stones back. So was I mean for throwing them back? Well, yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell people. Then you were mean for throwing them at me in the first place, because I wouldn't have had them to throw back if you hadn't chucked them at me first, honey. You know, you tried to put lemons in my life. When life gives you lemons, you fucking freeze that shit and throw them at your enemies. I just gave that back to you, bitch. And you chose to attack me. You weren't relevant until you did that. You chose to become an enemy when you chose to attack me. You chose to become relevant by being an attacker, but that was the wrong move. Yeah, they're nervous now. There's less laughter from the Karmic Peanut Gallery now. It's not the deck I wanted, but that doesn't surprise me that that's the one that I grabbed. You know why? Because it's another Mean Girls deck. Got a couple of those, a couple different ones. And, well, that's what they've been today, haven't they? Because you're clueless and you're mean, Regina George. Walk around and talking all of that shit. Ain't nobody taking your shit anymore, no, no. You've been acting like a bitch. Ain't nobody taking your shit no more, no more. Here's another one for you. I've healed and cleared all karma now. You still have to do the work if you haven't, but this can help you shift into that. I am at peace within my body and myself. Feel like you need some help with safety or you're feeling unsafe, right? I am safe now. If you feel like you've been feeling pretty shattered or like a shell of yourself, I am whole now. W-H-O-L-E, whole. If you need help grounding, I'm grounded. Now, you still have to do the work, but this can help. My body and my mind are in alignment. My body, my spirit, and my mind are in alignment. Divine alignment. Did you know that affirmations are a great way to connect to Archangel Zadkiel? Zadkiel is a manifesting angel too. Journaling is just good for people in general, but yes, you can work with the manifestation and angel through this as well. So should you choose. I'm hearing another one. I'm in a happy and healthy relationship now. Now, to be very clear, you can manifest all you want, but you still have to do the work if it's necessary, and also, or when it's necessary, but also, you have to take those opportunities. Like sometimes people will manifest something that they want. They'll pray for a relationship or their soul will be calling out for one. And then when it comes, they'll get scared and they'll fumble and they'll push away the connection. And they're blocking their own manifestations at that point. Okay. So be mindful of that. They manifest a beautiful job opportunity, but then they're afraid to take it or something, or or manifest something, but then they're afraid to leave their toxic karmic family, or there's something that has to be shifted. Okay. I hear I'm not afraid to take action now. Okay, I take divinely guided, inspired action now. Okay. Let me see. I'll pull some cards in a minute. There are karmics crying now. I'm also picking up that there are some karmics that are upset, specifically at my tone and demeanor now, because they feel like their little smear campaign tactics don't work or won't work. I hear she too calm. So this is what these karmics try to do. These types of people and these particular people have tried to do to me. Because I picked it up on and off for years. And you saw the nasty comments, so. They try to poke the bear. They try to trigger somebody into standing up for themselves, getting upset, getting triggered, reacting. And then they try to say, oh, see, that person's not nice. They're unkind. They're not a light worker because they stand up for themselves and they don't just let people beat the shit out of them. Like Gandhi, which is delusional. That's not actually what being a light worker means. Right? They took people's kindness as weakness and then got mad when they realized that weakness does not equate to more specifically, peaceful does not equate to harmless, right? They thought that the kindness was weakness and that kind people were harmless, and if they're not harmless, then they're not kind. And that's fucking bullshit. We're allowed to defend ourselves when you're unkind to us, and we can still be kind in doing so. And that's your fault for confusing harmlessness with kindness and peaceful passivity, okay? If you are not capable of great harm, you're not a peaceful person. You're harmless, and there is a difference. Somebody who's peaceful could whoop your ass, but they just don't want to, so they prefer the path of peace. But that's often when people mistake that choice of peace as kindness that they take for granted and for weakness, and then they're mad when people show them that they misjudged their target. So in my case, okay, let's try to send nasty comments and bombard her with dozens of, I took all the screenshots, dozens of accounts all at once saying nasty things, and it wasn't even like, it was just the same thing over and over again, because it's the same people spewing the same thing. I sit here and I preach and I teach every single day. Why today did they all decide to come through? Well, because they were trying to, it's called inundation, inundate and overload and overwhelm me. It's not a problem any of the other days that I'm doing this. Now they do try to send attacks. But like I said, they feel like their moon magic and their spell work didn't work. So that's when they try to go in and fuck things up physically or cyber on the internet, you know. Try to disturb the peace because their energy, magic, and manipulation didn't work. And also they're catching karma for it now, and so they're mad at us. And they thought if they could try to upset, I'm getting hives, see, they're bullshit. They thought if they could try to cause problems for light workers and then have light workers get upset, that they could flip the script and smear campaign so that they could play the victim and then get out of the hot seat that they're in again. But like I said, you're just going to jump out of the frying pan and straight into the fire. You were in my kitchen and you shouldn't have stirred the pot, bitch. You did not have an invitation to my tea party. Welcome to the freak show. I know a girl from a land called Estonia. Nobody knows where it's at. Welcome to the creep show. Welcome to my creep show. So, she's all upset. She must be manic, right? We talked about that earlier. The difference between the two. And the cycles. Because they try to slander people who are maybe triggered or maybe even just have had too much caffeine, high energy, as if mania. They're just bipolar and crazy. You can't trust what they're saying. So don't listen to them when they say we're stalking and harassing them. Even though that mania that they're exhibiting is not mania at all, in fact, but a justified trigger at that. A normal nervous system response to a vile and violent, vicious, wicked, and pernicious piece of shit. I wouldn't use these assholes as a doormat. I wouldn't track that nasty shit inside my clean house. Okay? So there's that. But because of my tone and demeanor now, comparatively, they're like, shit, we can't try to smear campaign her as manic. She's too calm. Because I'm not, and you're a fucking liar, you flagrant piece of shit-ass bitch. I might be pissed that you're bullshit, but you're just bullshit, and you're a liar, and people can see that now. You ugly fucking cunts. I bet you hear me this time, don't you? And you know there's no way out. Cheers. Oops. I'm still right here. Right here. let's see. Nobody knows where it's at. Tell me about this karmic energy. Two of Pentacles. They're trying to juggle. People might be broke. But they said, oh, poor girl. Huh, your projections. You fat bitch. No, I don't give a hell what people's bodies look like or don't. I care about whether they're good people or not. But this is what these people tried to pick apart, so I'm just giving it back to them. They had no balance or tact. They tried to make people walk tight wires and then knock them off of it. These people couldn't do that. The sun, this is the devil. Sun in reverse. Seven of Wands. Ah, and that's exactly, look, Aaron Samuel's hot body, army of skanks. That's what this card says. But that's exactly what one of these comments from the comment section here said. You skank. Why? Because I'm wearing a sports bra and my husband's pants as pajamas? You're weird. I wasn't even planning to do a live feed tonight. That's why I'm wearing what I'm wearing. I mean, not that I give a shit anyway, but it's just what I'm wearing. In fact, been wearing the top all day. What do you mean? Put it on after the shower and put it back on after the second one. The limit does not exist. I'll take it off before bed. Start fresh tomorrow. So Six of Wands is a union of souls. There is victory coming through between the lovers. And this is what they tried to block. Page of Swords in reverse, so they couldn't do that. On Wednesdays, we wear pink. Yeah, well, in this movie, Regina George couldn't wear pink anymore because all she had that fit her was sweats because she gained all that weight. And so remember, that's what these karmics were trying to say nasty things about in the comment sections. Specifically, Divine Masculine came through and was saying something about being concerned that I wasn't eating enough. And then immediately the karmic made a fake account and said, your hips are wide. No, they're not. I have an hourglass shape, so the smallest point of my waist is the center. My hips are even with my shoulders. And this karmic looks like a fucking beach ball, so I don't want to hear it. Beach ball with Mike Wazowski's ass. If you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. But that's the vision I just got in my forehead. Mike Wazowski from Monsters, Inc. Do you know what I'm talking about? That's what I just saw. He's this big beach ball, but he's got these like two little scrawny, like skinny, saggy butt cheeks. Oh, it's fucking hilarious. That's what you get. Now the angels are picking on you because you picked on me. You tried to pick on Zed Kiel incarnate, dude. Now you got a holy team after you. 6322. Be careful who you decide to pick on. Be careful. Be careful who you think is alone. I might look like I'm alone. I might be small in body, but guess what? My spirit is fucking ginormous, and I've got the whole universe behind me. You know what I heard yesterday and the day before? What if God was one of us, just a slob like one of us? Now, sometimes the divine does move through people or plants angels on earth, and they don't look like much because they're tests for people. Are you going to treat people like garbage because you think you're better than them? Or are you going to treat people the same, the janitor as the CEO, because your mama raised you right? You see, bitch, I've been the head housekeeper and I'm also CEO. I do both. I've been both. So I have respect for both. I know what elbow grease it takes at the bottom, and I know what it takes to climb to the top. And I'm not talking about those people who suck dicks for favors and take shortcuts. That's fucked, and that's not the same thing. That's bullshit. Call it out. You were plugged before your first song. You had a label the whole time. Right, a lawyer the whole time. Fake fans gonna come up. The label says, don't tell them so the people keep rooting. They want to make it look like they're doing it all by themselves. They're not. I'd rather see you out there shaking that thing, Knight of Wands. Right. So these karmics were mad that people think Divine Feminine's hot. And so they tried to, they tried to knock her confidence down by saying the opposite, trying to insult her. No, first of all, it's not those other people's compliments that makes her like herself or love herself. So it's not your insults that are going to change her self-love and opinion of herself. Now, definitely their compliments verify her own self-love and opinion of herself, but your lack of ability to see that, or more specifically, your jealousy and feeling of compulsion to try to take her down a few notches, yeah, that's also verification that she's the shit. I know I'm the tits. Because I don't like you, karmics, and you still won't leave me alone. You're not likable. You don't like yourself. I enjoy my own energy. I don't want to be around you. You want to be around me, though. What does that say about you? What does that say about you versus me? I didn't ask for the competition you secretly tried to put me in. I just compete with the person I was yesterday. I didn't ask. You didn't have my permission to put me into the secret competition you put me in without my permission or consent. But you still got mad when you lost anyway, didn't you? I heard bees knees. Yeah, because I'm the tits. And we both know that. Divine Masculine's laughing. I'm being serious. I know. Baby, you talk your shit. You're funny because you're right. I love you. Cute. Right. How do you like me now? Get some. This card says. Yeah, see? They thought that they could do something. Hey, you want some love? No. That backfired. The moon. Because they're not secret. They thought they were going to hide behind fake accounts. No, dude. And regardless of what you say and what you do, again, her self-worth does not depend on your opinion. Obviously, your self-worth depends on other people's opinions. Otherwise, why would you think that about someone like me? I don't really want you up here, my love bug. Not while these nasty energies are here. I love you so much. Whoops. And I'll give you all the love you want. You can have my lap. You can sit in my lap if you want. But I don't want you on screen with these assholes. My love bug. Death in reverse. So I would assume some of these people tried to, yes, like end the confidence or the life or the progress and the movement forward of light workers. But these people also very likely tried to play with, I know they did, death spells and death magic on this full moon. And I also am picking, probably have some of them recruited practitioners to do it. Oh, we know that actually. I've been picking that up for a while. You're not a warthog, you're a lion. So this is like the Divine Masculine saying, I know they're trying to make you feel some kind of way, but we both know you're the tits. Yeah, they were trying to keep her stuck. There it is. On Wednesdays, we wear pink, Page of Swords. Immature, though. See? She's just jealous. I mean, these cards even match the comments they left today. And I took screenshots before blocking them. Is there anything else you want to tell me with this Mean Girls deck before I switch? The Chariot. They don't have any divine support, told you. Two of Swords. Oh, and what did I tell you? Guess what? Guess who the fake bitch behind the screen was sending me nasty comments? Or that's who recruited the spell work and the chaos, magic, and conflict spells, the pedophile. And in the Mean Girls movie, there's a pedophile who's doing this. Oh, and you know what? This says Coach Carr, because it's like a cheerleader coach, I think. Or he's like a basketball coach that's making out with a cheerleader, or he's being inappropriate with a student. Well, guess what? The pedophile that's been coming after me tries to access children through school athletic sports, including cheerleading, little girls specifically. So there's that. That card just came out exposing that too. And I told you what it was. I don't need the cards to read. The cards just add pictures to the book. I can read the book without pictures. I told you what was up. Off the cuff. I know who you are. I know who I'm picking up on. Wow, that's so fucked up. As I'm looking down, as I split the deck, you girls keep me young. This is somebody who likes young children. And it's like the inappropriate mom. She's the one with the fake tits, and the people stalking me and this group are the ones I mentioned who get plastic surgery or like the cosmetic procedures and stuff, the fillers or advertisements. I told about this yesterday, were popping up on my feed. It's the same group. It's this cult. The death threat people from Colorado, all tied into that. Because one of them moved down to Colorado and then got a friend there and then sent their friend after me. Because the one who moved down to Colorado is attached to the ones that are still here. It's been a whole fucking thing. So you've had people you don't even know. Yes, they just recruit anybody they can with the gossip and the slander, or people who don't even care if it's true because they're just as toxic as they are. So nobody important. That's why they do shit like that, to try to have attention. They're clout chasers off my name and my coattails. That's what they tried to do. If not plagiarizing me directly. So they have no divine support. They're in trouble for that. But this is in this movie. This card is about the... Let me grab the candle. Hold on. Yeah, what did I say? Holy crap. Look what's behind this. I really want to lose 3 pounds. That's what this karmic... This was a fat, mean, pedophile karmic who's attacking me because she's jealous. And she's about 50 years old. The one who is attacking, that's somebody who's old enough to be my mother. And they're trying to do this shit to me and my child. Come on now. Yeah, there's a karmic male. Ha, 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 we got her. Oh, yeah? Sure, go tell on yourself, because that's all that is. I never thought of it like that. Because you're too tunnel visioned on getting what you want to the point where you don't see the consequences of your actions, or you don't care about them because you don't see clearly. 2 of Pentacles. No, those boobs do not make your personality disorders invisible. In fact, your personality disorders are why you're tunnel visioned and you don't seem to see clearly, or think or care about the consequences, or you think it's okay to bully people because you're a fucking sicko and a nut job. So look what's behind that. I really want to lose 3 pounds. You fucking cunt. I'm gonna keep me young. Well, this is the mom who has fake boobs to the point where she doesn't even realize that the chihuahua is chewing her nipple off because it's fake and she can't even feel her tit anymore. It's like plastic. And they call them the plastics, don't they? These fake bitches. And so she's serving alcohol to kids, and she tries to be cool by being inappropriate. She's not a parent. She tries to fit in with young crowds because she's mentally deficit. You really are psychic. Yeah, I am. Coach Carr, step away from the underage girls. Yep. Pedophile, predator. And the moon card is in reverse. It's not a secret. But you know what the moon card symbolizes often? If not Pisces, then Cancerian. And guess what sign the pedophile who's been targeting me is? Ha ha ha. One of those 2. Both of them are water signs. Oh, and here it goes. No divine support. Guess what the Chariot represents? The Cancerian card. Guess who that pedophile is? There you go. I'm going to give this one more good shuffle. If there's anything else you want to say through it, please do, God. Thank you. But then I'm going to drop the mic on this one and switch decks. 9 of Pentacles. Yeah, so they try to attack Divine Feminine, hostess with the mostess. 6 of Wands. The limit does not exist. Divine Feminine can still overcome this. Ah, look. Because she's the Empress. Drop the mic right there. The Karmic Female's panicking. We're done! But the male's trying to plot or something. He's a little bit delusional, I think he said. I'm hearing. Or no, he's really delusional. Yeah, see? Beware of attempted setup. I know what they're doing, though. Posting things directed towards you instead of coming to you directly, or sitting behind fake accounts to do it. We saw that. Plotting and scheming is a part of their lifestyle and hobby, right? Like tunnel visioned. They've got mental illnesses. Only if fake witches told you. They're toxic, hating on you. Salty bitches trying to get a reaction from you because they want your, told you. They have to try to stir the pot to get attention because nobody cares about them otherwise. They have to sit there and talk shit about me, for example, because if they talk about themselves, nobody wants to hear them. They're getting bad karma for their spell work and they're mad at me for it. So they were trying to basically project their karma onto me by trying to stir the pot and then say that I'm the problem for reacting when they should have left me the fuck alone. And yeah, I might have deleted those comments, but like I said, there's a reason to save the screenshots, first of all, and then also made a point to speak about each one so that you can hear exactly why I'm speaking even in an upset or triggered tone, precisely what that is, because they were just vulgar, nasty things. They're blocked by holding on to grudges, and so that's why they try to block others. Here tried to break resolve. They try to break people's resolve. No. They can't stand your creativity because they lack it, and it shows, right? So when you shine your light, they feel like their shadows are showing, or it dissolves them. They can't exist in your light because, well, shadows die in the light. And if it's not, like I said, somebody in your immediate circle, then it's somebody trying to do things like leave comments from nasty accounts or send that chaos, conflict, magic, yucky garbage. Like their spell work didn't work. So now they tried to stir the pot on the human plane. But it's just something that they've done consistently in cycles for years. A hater will apologize and have a change of heart. No, you can stay right over there. I don't want to hear it. I don't believe you. You're full of shit. You might be sorry that you got caught. You might be concerned you're getting consequences, but you decided to pick a fight, so you can sit with that. I don't want your faux apology, narcissist. That's all I have to say about that. They're evil. I told you, their evil intentions will fail, so they just wasted all that time and did all that crap for nothing. Kind of like the broad who had to take her son back to Austria, right? She thought she was going to be the princess and try to snatch Divine Feminine's crown, the Empress's crown, and she'd have the baby of the king, and she'd have this rich and wealthy life, and he did not want her. She had to like throw fucking tantrums to get him to stick around. He didn't want her. And her energy was garbage, so not only did it not save him the kingdom, it cost him the kingdom. He died in exile. When he got with this karmic wench, he lost the kingdom. The energy was so fucking foul. okay? And thank you. He died crying out his true love's name. Apparently. They try to convince people that they're this and that, or since you get upset when they abuse you, or you stand up for yourself, then you're not a nice person. No, you're not, because you try to bully and abuse people, and then you try to make them look some kind of way or feel some kind of way for being upset with you because you don't want to take accountability for being a shitbag, and that's on you, bitch. Yeah, dark entities. See, you don't even realize you're just Satan's bitch. I told you. Or maybe they do, and that's why they're trying to send this out towards other people. But you've got, this is also why I speak the truth, because I know that there are people either using light energy, healing energy, or prayer warriors that do not like what's going on and have absolutely seen this. Because while spying on me as part of these karmics daily routine, you know my divine masculine's also watching. You know I know that you're watching, right, love? My divine masculine's been watching. They lack abundance. Yeah, see? But again, take the trash out with you by all means, because I don't want those people. If people in my life or around me could be turned against me, you can absolutely take them with you. They're not my people. Take the ops. Those are yours. You can have them. Those are not fans that I want. Quality over quantity. Like I said to Divine Masculine earlier, middle finger to the haters that hate us. I hear that again. If these are people who are not fans for the right reason, then they're going to show that they're unhappy for you in a connection. If those are people that you lose, then those aren't your people, and that's fine. Because the people that are, and the people that are inspired by this love and this divine connection, there are much more of them, first of all, and they're much better people with much higher frequency. So it's not actually a loss, it's a gain, because you've gotten that garbage energy out. It makes more space for the good ones. Gaslight. Haters will always gaslight, and that's what it was. They try to boss you around and make themselves feel superior. But how'd that work out for you? It's not working. See? Trying to defame your name. I know, I called it right out. I already even know what the smear campaigns would be. They're attempted smear campaigns. It's just the same garbage on repeat. No. Save it. Anything else? Yeah, see, collecting dirt on you. It's in reverse, though. You know why? See, there it is. Fake support you as well. It just flipped out. So the same people in the comments. That's so funny. Just lots of confirmation. Spending their money on spell work that never works. We know that. I told you that. Your God-given abilities irritate them. We know that. I told you about that. They mock you when they feel jealous towards you. So they think it'll make you feel some kind of way, but it just shows their insecurities. They want to tarnish your reputation. We know that. They'll play the victim once they know they're losing, like I said. That's why they were trying to do the setup, because they needed to try to play the victim to spin the script to get themselves out of trouble. Sending hate emails. If this isn't at other people, then in some cases this is that they have been... No, get down. Making fake accounts. Let's do this. This card just came out, this deck. They've been making fake accounts, like stealing the profile photos and name of a light worker, trying to claim to be someone that they're not, even sending themselves messages from fake accounts. Actually, that pedophile did that to me. She made a fake profile. I mean, they did this a couple of times, but on one of them was a Christian chat dating network website. So it's so funny that they tried to come at me with all the Jesus attacks today. Made a fake, and I've never had a dating account. I don't want one. I've never had one, not any of the apps. So it's just stupid of them. But I guess it supported their narrative that I just need somebody, or that I'm like what, like a prostitute or whatever it is that they were saying. You know what I mean? Just garbage. You tried to avoid the drama, but they're pushing it. Stand up for yourself when you need to. So Divine Masculine's mad. So you're telling me that they straight up come here and they leave the nasty comments and the types of things that I saw them leave today. But then they try to claim that you're the problem or you're harassing them. Yes, that's what they've been doing. They'll even take it to a court and claim that when I get upset and I speak out against them, that they need protection from me because I'm harassing them. But you see, they leave out the parts where they fucking instigated for hours first. They're mad because you pay them no mind. And they're attention whores. That's the only way they get attention. You really are a celebrity. Yeah, it's been like small town paparazzi bullshit. They were just preparing me for much bigger scale. And you know what? Deck just fell the fucking celebrity oracle. So I know right where we're going with this. Straight to the top. And they can't come with me. They see you getting all this love and they can't stand it. I hear Divine Masculine. He says, I've got all this love gathering dust in my house. When you gonna come and get it? I can't throw it out. No, get down from there. He's never done that before. Get down from there. He's like scratching up on the wall where Del Rey's Aquarius poster. I got an Aquarius poster for him last year, just to, I don't know, honor his space and energy. It's in the corner where I have his urn. Actually, with Freya sitting up there, there's that peace and Zen space. There are 2 Buddhas up there too, and then it's with the neon light that I have that has a little heart on it with the hand, sign language hand. So yeah, an X is the one sending negative energy. If it's not an X, it's an X is like new partner, or maybe somebody they got with after you left them, and then even if they're not with that person anymore, it's like that person's hating. They can feel your come up. I feel like in some cases, if a karmic female was with a karmic male and they got divorced or separated, or he doesn't want her, or she realizes that he's actually still obsessed with Divine Feminine, like she feels jealous or angry, like she's mad at Divine Feminine as if it's Divine Feminine's fault. No, it's your fault for being a fucking psycho and his fault for being who he is. But you know what? You're just like each other. You deserve each other. You know why you're mad and you have a whole thing? Because you're like each other. That's why you were okay with trying to bully the same woman together. And you're both obsessed with her. Equally. Get down and stop being weird. Get out. That's so weird. And I told you no 3 times. Get down. Go lay down. No, go. You're pissing me off. Go lay down. I know what you're doing, and you don't, but I do. Go lay down. I said what I said. You know what that is, because I didn't say it the first time or two. But they also go to attack the animals and the cats. And he was fine. He's not been getting up there. But the second this nasty energy comes through, because this karmic tries to influence the animals to either cause conflict or chaos, right? If they can't send, or I'm blocking right out, like their nasty comments and stuff like that, then they try to send chaos in the internal environment. And so the card about causing chaos in your, connections, your family, your love connections, etc., that includes, I love my animals, they're my babies, so that includes the cats. So when the nasty energy comes through, they pick it up and they either do weird things like that, like destructive suddenly when everything was fine, or they start being tense with each other. But it's the energy that they're picking up on, because I pick up on the same thing. So that's what it is. They're sending attacks at the animals. That's also why I said I didn't want him on screen, because I picked that up before that even started. He went on screen. I felt it. I felt them trying to send attacks at him, so I took him off the screen. And then they started sending nasty energy, and he started picking up that. Yeah, that's what it was. So their spell work is affecting them, though, not us. That's backfiring. But you don't have to worry. Yes, they play dirty, but that's backfiring. And also they were trying to dig up dirt. I told you, they were trying to tell people, oh, see, she's fake. She stands up for herself, so she's not peaceful. Or, oh, she's spiritual, so she's not godly. Or, oh, she's, whatever. Whichever way they were trying to spin the narrative. But the digging up dirt on you card also came out. And so what they tried to do was stir the pot and then screen grab a little clip of me being very stern and defensive and setting those hard boundaries, and more specifically, because I've long since already set them, defensively, sharply reasserting them, because they had no fucking right and they knew better. They just thought they'd try to test the boundary. They thought they'd dip your toe in the water to test the temperature, right, bitch? Well, I scalded you, didn't I? Learn your fucking lesson. Psychos. Yeah, you overpower them without knowing. Oh, I know I do this. Karmic male's laughing. The karmic female's not. Oh, I just split the deck. Look, collecting dirt on you. It's in reverse. Just split the deck again as I'm talking about this. You shouldn't be laughing. You're in trouble. Like I said, they play dirty, but it's in reverse. So, yeah, because they're fake. Spying on your family. Told you. So since they don't have any dirt to dig, they were trying to manufacture it. But that even backfired. Psycho, you're psychos. You're all psychos. Normal people don't do this to people. Normal people don't give a shit what I'm doing over here. You mind your business, and if you don't like it, well, change the fucking channel like a normal person. Normal people don't go and stalk and harass people, mentally ill and unstable people with personality disorders, cluster B personality disorders, and that do. You're fucking psychotic. You know why? Your brains are short-circuiting. You try to traumatize people and change our brain chemistry in order to try to survive you, because your brains are short-circuiting. You know why? Because a narcissist's brain is actually dimensionally smaller, you pea-brained idiots. You know why you lack empathy? Because that center of your brain is like a little tiny pea instead of fully functioning and expanded like it's supposed to be. You know why you can't keep up with us and you're jealous and you compete like little psycho cunts? Because your brain is tiny. I'm not insulting you, I'm talking about science. Narcissists have smaller brains in those centers of their brains than an empath has. Our brains are bigger, we're smarter, we have more capacity. But the thing about a narcissist is because they're so stupid and they lack the brain capacity to realize that, they're actually incompetent as fuck, but they can't even realize it. So when they're so stupid that things don't make sense around them and they lack empathy because that brain center is too small and shut off, they think everyone else around them is the problem. They think we're the problem. So they swear they're right, we're not submitting to them because they're too pea-brained to realize that they're wrong or care. Or too egoic and stuck in that to change once they do. They project on us, but that's their pea brain doing that. Little dinosaur, unevolved piece of shit. Yeah, so they leave hate comments instead. I got a big head and little arms. Fucking forehead you could land a plane on. You got a runway on your face, bitch, but nothing behind it. Hello? Housekeeping. You want meat for pillow? You want French kisses? Fucking nut. None for you. Those are for good boys and girls. You get coal in your stocking. Time to take legal action. So some of these people may have tried to stalk and harass and frivolously litigate. I know I dealt with that. That's who was harassing me today. People who tried that shit and failed. But there's also, like I said, these, I think it was yesterday or this morning, these people who stole my inheritance, they're in trouble. My grandmother was pissed today. She came through. Yep. So they're getting their behinds whooped. You cut them off and they're still watching. Right. So obviously you're the shitbag. They say that about, I'll use myself as an example. Like these karmics try to say that about me. But if I was such a terrible person, they'd want to stay away from me, right? Because the reason I do my best to stay away from them and I want them to stay away from me is because they're terrible people. You know? Why would you keep harassing somebody or going near somebody that you claim not to like? You're fucking obsessed with me. You're really a fan. I don't like you. That's why I tell you to stay away, but you keep coming back. Because you like me. Or you wish you could be me. Or you wish you could be with me. I know what it is. Or a combination. But too bad. You're weak. And the fact that you keep trying to bully your way to the top and bully people into submission to make yourself feel powerful is exactly why you're weak. You think that makes you look tough? No, bitch, that's a bum move. You're so insecure you feel like you have to do that. You're a bottom feeder. People who are genuinely confident and comfortable with themselves, yeah, we don't do that. That's why I'm over here minding my own business. But so are they trying to. Because they truly have none of their own. The only way these people feel like they can make headlines at this point is if they attach themselves to me or my name or my success, and that's not happening. The coattail riders, the claim you got it from them. Pathetic. So anyway, let's see what this celebrity oracle came out with. Let's see. Live your best life. You ain't nothing but hound dogs. There are more sides to the story. Now I'ma tell everybody. Flued out with my boobs out. Don't try, just do it. I feel like this is for divine masculine. Like this is divine feminine towards these karmic energies. This is divine masculine. Take that leap of faith towards divine feminine. You know what? There's a song, I think it's called James Dean or something by Sleeping at Last. I'll find it. Or there's a song about it. I'll find it. And also divine feminine. Stay truthful and brave. Yes, ma'am. Okay, that's good. I'm done with the reading. At least for that. Is there anything else, guys? I need to stop for a second and hit this bowl. Hold on. Cheers. I hear Blame It on Bad Luck by Bayside. Karmic is realizing that they're in trouble. Karmic Female is like freaking out, crying, and Karmic Male is finally admitting defeat. Although me saying that made him angry. It's like he's trying to punch through, attack my aura, but divine, and I don't care when I'm with my baby, yeah. All the bad things disappear. Also, if you cross her, then you cross me. In this song, he sings about, you know, basically be careful of how you try her, or how you try to walk up to her and approach her, because it might look like she's standing all alone, but I'm actually standing behind her. I'm looking right over her shoulder. You know why she feels safe? Because she's got me. Yeah, she might look like an easy target. While you think you're being a predator towards her, I'm being a predator towards you. I'm gonna eat you if you try to fuck with my divine feminine, he says. I will cut you down so fast. That's what he says. This is giving King of Swords energy, and honestly, I love it. Let's see. Oh, he's mad. Divine masculine. It's like sad and mad though. He's super upset. Oh, you know what's so funny? Okay, that does make sense, because the body shaming attack, the attempting, it was all bullshit and projection. I saw it for what it was. But the same attack that the karmic tried to bully me about today is one of my divine masculine's favorite parts of my body, actually. So that was stupid of her. Yeah, I hear that. That deep swallow, like, oh shit, I didn't know that. You fucking imbecile. Leave people alone. Caregiver. Because I have, if you cross her, then you cross me. I have a divine masculine looking over my shoulder. He knows that you've tried to fucking cripple me, you dumb bitch. And he's mad. He's not gonna try to. These people thought if they hurt me, then I would be unwantable. No! He wants to help lick my wounds, you stupid shit. And I know that. Oh, look. And they tried to shadow ban my accounts. They actually had attacked some of them to the point of deletion. And it was all false flags. Like, they claimed that I had children in my video while they were playing with fireworks or like smoking cigarettes or some kind of drug or something, when I was alone in the house with the cats. And the same people making these false allegations have been the same ones holding my child hostage. So the kidnappers who have my child hostage made false reports to have my account shut down while claiming I, while alone in the house with cats, had children in here doing drugs. They're fucking insane. And I've got the emails to prove that, and I can sue for that. Yeah. These are people who strangulation. These are people who wanted to suck the life out of the air sign or actually try to take people out. These are people who got caught surveying people. These are people who have been exposed for bully side as well, or wanted people that they were targeting to take themselves out. Spouse and partner, they're getting divorced. They're seen as a fake karmic couple who are just doing things for clout on social media or use social media to try to hide their abuse towards others. Yeah, they're seen as gaslighters and people who attempted to mind control people with manipulation and lies. Yeah, see, they've been holding hostages, but people, we know where they are, we know what's up, we know what they've done. Affair. These are not people who are honest anyway or loyal. Yeah, see, and they didn't realize they were coming after people with very special coding who are very protected. Now they're trapped. Now these people are trapped. They're facing jail time. Or they tried to trap the light workers to keep them from moving towards each other. Or in some cases, they tried to trap people with parties, kind of like the Diddy party type of a thing, or like distract like divine masculines or divine feminines in some cases with either the wrong partner or Jezebel. Dating just popped out exactly. Yep. So, or to keep them from going towards each other. Or in some cases, I see a karmic couple tried to hold, I told you, a child hostage because they thought that creating litigation issues like this would, again, make the divine feminine undesirable, or they could use those situations to try to bury her or bury the truth. Or, yeah, these were energy vampires trying to use her as an energy source. Now they regret it. I didn't realize this divine masculine was watching. There's a karmic male who's laughing. Karmic female's panicking. But the karmic male's not delusional anymore. He's scared. He's just trying to play the tough guy because he feels like it's a weakness not to. He's afraid to show his emotions. But really, actually, the divine masculine being unafraid to show and express his. That's strength. Truly. Hi, baby. You can come out here. Just don't be destructive, please. Boat. They are up Schitt's Creek without a paddle. Yeah, that little beach wedding bullshit, told you. And then you had perversion. These people tried to get out of debt by hiding what they were doing, like being very underground with their trashy ass behavior, or claiming that good people were garbage. It was all projection, of course. Yep, to block the lovers from coming together. Or they did this by claiming, crime of passion, lies. No, this was premeditated. It was not. See, life insurance is behind that. Or in some cases, that was where some inheritance came from, if not assets or like material objects. In my case, money, bank account money, and I also believe there was some kind of like life insurance policy or something my grandmother had. But also they stole diamonds and gold and an extensive, exorbitant collection of very pricey Louis Vuitton purses. Very sad, honestly, genuinely. And you know what? My grandmother tried to buy, she kept trying to give me one of her jewelry magazines, and she wanted me to pick something out of it. You can have anything you want, she said. And I'm like, Nan, I love you so much. I don't want to take from you. But then they came and they snatched everything, including the diamond necklace that my grandfather had most recently bought her. Look, don't do that. What did I just say? Go lay your ass down. See? That nasty karmic energy, either destruction of my cards because these people don't want me to, or that's what they're trying to do. They don't want me to read, as if that would stop me, you fucking stupid idiot. You're just obnoxious, really. So you're just an annoyance. You're just like a fly buzzing around in your ear. I'm just gonna squash you, stupid bitch. Or tension between the animals, and you just saw both right after the other. I told you what it was. But there's love here. Yeah, divine masculine's pissed. He says, you leave my divine feminine and our children alone. There's a karmic male who stirred all of this pot. All of this up. He stirred all of this up. And he created this man-made disaster. Fucking plane crash waiting to happen. And now he's facing death prophecy. Because he tried to assassinate and take out a divine feminine. Oh, yeah. After taking out a divine masculine, because he's a serial killer and had no problem trying to cover that shit up and risking a child's life in the process. See? So the truth is out now that they were jealous. My intuition is correct on that. They're facing prison time because they're fucking murderers or attempted murderers. And that's all I've got to say about that. Also, you leave my animals alone. You rabid dogs. You know what they do to dogs with rabies, right? God's gonna cut you down. You can go on for a long time. Run on for a long time. Run on for a long time. Sooner or later, gonna cut you down. You can tell that long-tongued liar, the rambler, the gambler, the backbiter. Sooner or later, God will cut you down. And I'm all for it. You liars. I'm gonna drop the mic right there. See, even the cat's sick of your shit. Hear him in the box. Exactly. Divine Masculine, I hear Lay It On Me by Ed Sheeran. Lay it on me. He's saying, like, when the world is heavy or you've got kinds of stuff on your shoulders, basically you can lay it on me. Yeah, you get it, boy. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Dig, dig, dig. Karmic bullshit. They're being buried. Like the shit bags they are. Okay, hold on. Give me a second. So. These karmics are even lying to each other, I'm hearing. I'm not even going to get into it right now, but whatever plots that they have or have had, they've already failed in advance. Also, let me see. I'm getting a call to find something. Hold on. Bible. Do some Bible divination. Hold on. Okay. Let him cross over with my lord the king. This is Samuel 19:13. It's talking about crossing a river Jordan. I used to live on a Jordan River, actually. This king shall cross over with me, and I will do for him whatever you wish, and anything you desire from me I will do for you. So all the people crossed the Jordan, and the king crossed over. Just try to get an understanding. May God deal with me, be it so ever severely, if you are not the commander of my army for life. He won over the hearts of the men of Judah so that they were all of one mind. They sent the word to the king, return, you and all your men. And then the king returned. So there's something about like, it's kind of like a reference of a hostage situation. But then I'm also getting a cross-reference on some note of the Joan of Arc story, and I did mention that. I said Joan earlier. This was a reference to that, and there was a period where the whole army was basically in command to her. There were still commanders that ran the army, of course, but she was the one who they were there for. They showed up to fight because of her. They might have had commanders leading the army, but they joined the army because of her. They were her men, so to speak. Her soldiers. There was loyalty there. There's another cat. See, even the boys are sick of your shit, Karmics. Yeah, so there's a reference of somebody being put to death. He cursed the Lord's anointed. What did I say? Touch not mine anointed, do my prophets no harm. Yeah, as they tried to quote some Deuteronomy garbage at me in the comments earlier. There's a reference of betrayal here too. Like these people were fake and toxic. He's loud. So there was also a famine referenced in this. These people tried to create losses for others. There was also a message about like eating disorders as well. Okay, so get out of there. Come here. You're done. Come here. Come on. Come on. Quit playing in the box. See, this is what the Karmic did a couple years ago. And I've got a video. I was just thinking about that a few minutes ago. Like, stop playing in the box. Once you're done, okay? Stay out of it. You don't go back and play around in bullshit. Thank you. That's gross. Cut it out. But that's what these Karmics kept doing, right? They just couldn't help themselves. Just like licking the herpes on the side of her lip. There's this pedophile Karmic female that posted one of these memes a couple of years ago, talking about her mouth and like she shouldn't touch it, but her brain was like, just lick it one more time or something like that. I'm like, you gross bitch. Fucking herpy mouthed bitch. But like the cat, you just can't stop going to a dead subject. You already left it in there. Leave it in there. It's dirty. You're a dirty bitch. Symbology and everything, boo. Speaking of, there's a reference of a woman going to all the people with wise advice, and they cut off the head of this person and that person. There's a reference here also. It says, we are the peaceful and the faithful, and we are peaceful and faithful. You are trying to destroy. Yeah, I see. Get out. Just can't stop licking that canker sore, can you, bitch? Crazy pants. Shitbag. Shitbox. Big old fucking forehead you could land a plane on, but there's nothing inside there. You're stupid. Yeah, look, there they go with the tension again. See, it's one or the other. She just can't get off of it. She's either playing in shit or causing conflict, because that's all she knows. Can't relate. Stop being a dirty bitch. I don't tolerate destruction. You're trying to destroy a city that is a mother in Israel, the line said. So there it is. These Karmics just will not stop trying to attack Divine Feminine, who's a mother and her child. Why do you want to swallow up the Lord's inheritance? So these are divinely chosen, blessed beings that they're trying to fuck with. And the devil's wondering, why am I catching karma for fucking with angels? Gee, you imbecilic idiots and imbeciles. I wonder why. (3:18:22). And so then there was a famine, right? The message was that they started losing like resources, or they're getting karma, and that's why they're trying to attack, because everything that they've been doing is backfiring on them now. So now they're mad at us. They're catching karma for attacking us, so now they're mad at us for it because they're uncomfortable. As if they're not only catching karma for trying to intentionally make us uncomfortable. So there was a famine for 3 successive years. Now they were put in a bad spot. And somebody asked God, like, why are you doing this? And God said, on account of the blood that you spilled. You tried to hurt people, including for money. And so that's a no-no. You tried to take from people. That's a no-no. Thou shalt not lie, cheat, steal, be covetous. And is there anything else? Let's switch one more page and then I'm going to switch gears. Yeah. There were survivors and they had been sworn to be spared, but in the zeal, in their bloodlust for whatever it was that they wanted, they tried to annihilate them. They tried to annihilate the survivors because they just couldn't help themselves. They just still wanted to do what they wanted to do and get what they wanted to get and get away with their crimes. But even though they taunted, see, they did. When they taunted, this was where they fucked up, just trying to play around in my comment section again. Also, I'm about to go send these screenshots to the authorities, so that was stupid of you. You know I've been in touch with the attorneys, right? Which ones? Oh, which ones haven't I been in touch with? The Attorney General, the District Attorney, for starters. I'm working my way up to federal court, bitch. So these people were trying to taunt, it said, when he taunted Israel, David's brother killed him. They fell at the hand of David and his men. So the king came through and created justice. These people were trying to torment survivors and hurt people and put them in bad positions. People who had already been promised sanction and sanctity, a safe space. And so they were also violating God's law. And they, kind of like in the Joan of Arc story, the captain of the English who held the French gatehouse hostage so that they couldn't get food over to the people of France there. He stood at their gatehouse like, na boo boo, we stole your gatehouse, you're a witch and a whore and a prostitute, which is exactly what you saw these people say at me here. You're a skank, you witch, you la 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 la, Jesus, ah. You saw it. That's exactly what they did. And so, hello, I'm a past life regressionist here. They just fucked up big time on that one. Here now. Stop that. Get your ass over here. Psst. Come. I said no. You don't realize what you're doing, but I do, and I said cut it out. Hey, cunty! Hey, cunty Lynn! Cut that shit out! They fell at the hand of David and his men. So, in the story of Joan of Arc, the captain of the gatehouse was yelling all those things. You're a witch, you're a prostitute, you're not really a God person, you're just crazy, you're not hearing the saints and the angels, But she was, and he was stupid, and they lost that battle, actually. He was, his men were, if I recall, giving up or forfeiting. No. Was he struck by an arrow? He was either hit by an arrow, and I think that was what it was. He fell out of the gatehouse after being hit by an arrow. There was another incident where all these men were trying to forfeit. They were running away from the French because, well, they were winning. No. Go to bed. And that's what they do, try to create conflict, because that's the only way that they think that they can win. So that's a no. I'll just separate you dumbasses instead. Blow up the bridge to that gatehouse. Fuck yourselves. Now you can't get over it either. Ha ha, but I can swim, and I know how to sail the ship across. Joan. Jeanne d'Arc. So, the same gatehouse that he stood in to holler insults at her over, about 3 days later, he fell from it, and I think it was because of an arrow. I think he was struck by a bow and arrow, which came out in the reading this morning, I think. Artemis the Archeress, yeah? Or last night. And they don't like this truth coming out. He drowned in the Loire River. I posted about it on my community board the other day. So the same kind of parallel in this. No way. And I've been picking up the Princess Bride, okay? And no way, dude. I did a reading, I think, this morning with that, right? Or yesterday. But as I'm reading this little clip in the Bible, it says, there was, in still another battle, which took place in Gath, it says, there was a huge man with 6 fingers on each hand and 6 toes on each foot. But in the Princess Bride, there's this evil king who really just wants, oh, it's like the Joan of Arc's, no, the Empress Josephine story that's been coming up to the Napoleonic era, okay? Because Alexander de Beauharnais, Alexandre de Beauharnais, he was very abusive. He was, Empress Josephine was basically arranged, not basically, she was arranged to marry him. So let me also get into the inheritance stuff, because here's another one. So Empress Josephine had some cousins and an aunt. The aunt was dating this guy, but the guy was already married, so she was the mistress. And yes, thank you. Good idea, thank you. He did not want to pay for her and her 2 daughters to live anymore. So he was basically letting go of his mistress. And she said, please don't leave me. I'll set my niece up to marry your son. And he said, okay. So Empress Josephine, before she was the empress, obviously, was arranged to marry, what is his name? Humperdinck? Prince Humperdinck? What a name. From the Princess Bride, that's the one. And he had, what was it, like 6 fingers on his hand, right? Yeah, because that's what, was it Inigo Montoya? For his whole life, he looked for the man who killed his father. The man, when Inigo was a boy, this man did not kill him, but he did take the sword that he murdered the boy's father with and like leave 2 scars on his cheeks. He slashed his cheeks. And so for his whole life, he said, he practiced this quote, I am Inigo Montoya. You killed my father, he said. Prepare to die. Okay, shut the front door. Got it. I get where they're going with this now. 6 fingers on each hand and 6, this is, what is this? Samuel 22:7, okay? 6 fingers on each hand and 6 toes on each foot, 24 in all. And he taunted Israel. Okay. So Empress Josephine was married to this guy, Alexander. He was abusive. She had a daughter with him, and he was neglectful. He would toss them in a convent when he wanted to cheat on Josephine, and was belligerent towards her and tried to make her feel bad and small, and just was horrible. Was a horrible, horrible person. And he then went to cheat on her with like a distant cousin of hers who was older and just jealous of her. And came back long enough to yank her out of the convent, to put her in a position to get her pregnant again, and then dip out, leaving her with another child to go back to the mistress, the cousin at that, distant cousin. And this was an era where women, couldn't or didn't work. They couldn't divorce their husbands or what have you. So he was in control of the money that he only got because he only got his inheritance. And this is why he agreed to the marriage. His father would not give him, his wealthy father's was boy, silver spoon in his mouth, raised with daddy's money. His father would not give him his cut of the inheritance unless he was married. So he married Josephine to get his money, and then he held it over her head and treated her like garbage. And the aunt was okay with it. The aunt was set this up to do it. So there's that. And eventually she ended up hiring a lawyer. He did lose in court. He had to give the children back because he ended up holding the first child hostage and then neglecting to take accountability for the second one, even though, well, it was only in existence. This child was only in existence because, not that Josephine didn't love them, because he did what he did. And the reason that he neglected the second child was because the son was born 6 weeks early. I was born 6 weeks early, but back then some of these stupid people believed this wives' tale that if a child was born 6 weeks early, it couldn't have, the woman must have had an affair. Like, it couldn't possibly have been the father's or the husband's, right? And that wasn't true. But really what it was this cousin, this distant cousin of Josephine's, was so insecure, just like you saw the comments here today, the projections that they left, tried to. She was so insecure, like this was the inside of her head. This man that I'm having an affair with can't possibly want his wife more than me. He couldn't possibly have gone back to his wife to knock her up again, so I'm going to just assume that it's not his child. It was cognitive dissonance. So she convinced him that because the child was born 6 weeks early, it wasn't his child, because she desperately didn't want to believe that he went back to his wife and, well, in that case, like, cheated on, although that's not what it was. She was the third party, the mistress, yeah? And so he went around France slandering her, calling her a slut. That's one of the things she hired a lawyer for. And then he was forced, after he lost in court, to pay up the money. He didn't want to cough up for child support. He was also, although I believe he died before he actually paid anything in, so I don't think she saw that. But then he was also forced to take out a public newspaper apology where he had to publicly confess to all of France, anybody who read the newspaper, that he lied about her and that he slandered her. But let's be real, not everybody read the newspaper or frankly could read at that point, and I'm sure a lot of things were peasant gossip, so sometimes that never got corrected. And even now you have to be careful not to take hearsay with this particular historical story, just because there was so much. It's wild, rumors of affairs and what have you when they were not. But that a lot of that was because of Alexander's slander. No poet, pun intended. Yeah. So then back to the Princess Bride story. You killed my father, prepared to die. No way. There are, how many cards are in this box? Like 600 maybe? I don't know. Hold on. A lot. Because look at what I just pulled out of a stack of goodness knows how many hundred. The one card that I was hearing. Yeah, that's funny. Hold on. 200, another. Yeah, there are almost 600 cards in this deck. So for that one to be at the top when I pull it out after I just picked all of that up and said it out loud. Your battery died for a second. What did I say? Stop trying to fit your big flat feet in Cinderella's glass slippers, Karmics. Okay. Yeah, blank card. The blank card, the free space card came out earlier. So the light workers have the ability to manifest. Oh, this came out. Ooh, look, 2 of them. Okay. You quartered my pie. These are people who tried to take cuts of other people's belongings that were not theirs to take in the first place. Or even like access children. Yeah, I leaked my popsicle. Children. Gripped my pinky. This is somebody who did not want to let go. Like the red string of fate, except for it's not. This is somebody who tried to latch onto someone else that they were not meant to. Invented my time machine. I picked up something, not a time machine, but hid my dolly. Yeah, kidnapping of children, first of all. Also, Nikola Tesla has been coming out again this week, the reference of that, and how I think it was Edison who recruited Tesla to build some kind of machine. And he did. He claimed he would pay him for it, and then when he made it successfully, they laughed in his face and refused to pay him for his time and his money and his energy and his work, but then stole his designs and took credit for them. Insulted my acting, stole his designs and took credit for them. Or these people were trying to insult the work of the lay workers, or they were just bad actors, right? Trying to get attention from people. You killed my father, prepared to die. Oh yeah, and well, sometimes they did that, like I said. The same way that I've been targeted, they were targeting Delray and I before he died. So that's manslaughter. And then the way that they continued to bully me regardless and didn't care about the damage they were doing or causing, despite the fact that I protested and educated and pleaded against it. That means that they didn't care. They knew that it was causing harm, but they didn't care. So that's attempted murder. That's no longer even manslaughter. They knew it was causing harm. They knew it was potentially going to risk people's lives, but they still didn't give a fuck because that is the outcome that they were going for in the long run. That was the long con. But you see, if they can try to push it to the edge, they can try to make it look like it was like an accident, or that's what they think anyway. You know, an accident, or someone was just suicidal, or no. And even if that's the case, that's still manslaughter. If you bully somebody to death, that's manslaughter. I also remember there was the Karmic I picked up a few days ago that was being called out for dislocating my bones. You dislocated her bones, dude. And the karmic said, I didn't touch her. And whoever was calling him out, I know who it was actually, I saw it and heard it. But whoever was calling him out, I'm not going to drop names, was saying, you didn't have to. It's called no touch torture. And he was right, because that's a military tactic, no touch torture. And you know why he knows that? Because this was an ex-military person who was calling this karmic out. But this was an ex-military person who also ganged up on me with the karmic after listening to gossip and hearsay and slander without even bothering to check with me before bullying me based on the fucking hearsay. So I don't want to hear it. Okay. You invited my ex, prepare to die. Right. Well, that makes sense as to why that's behind that. And then you groped my penguin, okay? And so Divine Masculine's mad because this is a predatory karmic who went around assaulting, sexually assaulting, groping, etc. Divine Feminines. Delray loved penguins. Do you know why he loved penguins, especially emperor penguins? That was one of his favorite animals, if not his favorite. That's why I have penguins in the house. And like, actually they're in the back bedroom mostly, but penguins, okay? He loved emperor penguins especially because they tend to pick a forever mate. Emperor penguins, when they find their love, they scour the beaches for the most beautiful, perfect engagement ring, which really it's a pebble, it's a stone they pick for their partner, but they present it at the feet of their love interest like an engagement ring. And if they are accepting and they're to be together, then they stay together forever. That's their life mate, unless one of them dies in rare occasions. But typically speaking, even if one of them dies, they tend to stay alone. He used to say, you're my penguin. You're my penguin. And so now Divine Masculine's mad at these karmics. You groped my penguin! Yeah. Yeah. And then they tried to, you removed my bookmark. They tried to mess up the place, the timeline, that time machine energy. We talked about moving on from an old chapter and moving into a new chapter, or moving on from an old chapter and starting a whole new book series instead of reading the next. If it's a bullshit book, just leave it. But you removed my bookmark. So even if it wasn't a bullshit book and you're just needing to move to the next chapter, so to speak, they tried to make you lose your place in your book or set you back. Like, you can quantum leap, right? But also they can try to make people take more time on the cycle or the journey, or ruin opportunities for people, distracting people, confusing people, etc. They want people to forfeit their blessings by fumbling. Pretty much what it breaks down to. Okay? So that's that. Yeah, collapsed my souffle, rained on my parade. Ew, collected my fingernail clippings. So these are the voodoo people who collect like hair and teeth and weird things to try to do spell work. And yeah, I'm Divine Masculine's like, that's really gross. That's really gross that they thought that they could do voodoo on you by using your child. So they wanted to basically keep like a living resource of your blood and your, yeah, they couldn't get close enough to me. So they thought that holding my child hostage would be enough to fuck me up, because since she shares my blood, then they thought that they could just use her as a, ew, that's right. There is a scene like that. They're showing me, what is that? The Originals? It's a vampire scene, a vampire movie, and they keep victims alive, chained up, but alive, because they like to drink fresh blood from living sources. So they keep them alive, and they have like an IV drip out of them, and so they're slowly dying. But they keep them alive so that the blood stays fresher. It's fucking disgusting. Collapsed my souffle and tried to rain on people's parade, like take the air, inflate the air out of people's lungs, take the pep out of people's step. Never came back because they're mad that you left and never came back, or didn't want to give them a chance in the first place because you saw that shit from a mile away. Those of us who recognize red flags, okay, we see these people try to rain on our parade. Those of us who notice a red flag do not need to be in the center of a red flag parade to know what it is. We've typically speaking already been there. That's why we recognize it for what it is. The second we see or hear a red flag coming, we go the opposite way. We pick another path, because what do they do when there's a parade? They shut down the street and it's a whole big mess, right? So you know better. Now they ran on their own parade when they get stuck in their own shitstorm after trying to create a chaos parade for someone else. But here's a little message as I pick this Bible back up. The Lord is my rock, my fortress, and my deliverer. My God is my rock, in whom I take refuge, my shield and the horn, or the truth of my salvation. He is my stronghold, my refuge, and my Savior. From violent people, you save me. I call to the Lord, who is worthy of praise. Do you feel that? I'm getting chills. And have been saved from my enemies. The waves of death swirled. This is Samuel 22:7 still. The waves of death swirled about me. The torrents of destruction overwhelmed me. The cords of the grave coiled around me. The snares of death confronted me. In my distress, I called to the Lord. I called out to my God. From his temple, he heard my voice. My cry came to his ears. The earth trembled and quaked. The foundations of the heavens shook. They trembled because he was angry. Smoke rose from his nostrils. Consuming fire came from his mouth. Burning coals blazed out of it. I mentioned the coal. These karmics get coal, don't they? He parted the heavens and came down. Dark clouds were under his feet. He mounted the cherubim and flew. He soared on the wings of the wind. He made darkness his canopy around him. The dark rain clouds of the sky. Out of the brightness of his presence, the bolts of lightning blazed forth. The Lord thundered from heaven. The voice of the Most High resounded. He shot his arrows and scattered the enemy. With great bolts of lightning, he routed them. The valleys of the sea were exposed, and the foundations of the earth laid bare, and at the rebuke of the Lord, and the blast of breath from his nostrils, he reached down from on high, and took hold of me. He drew me out of the deep waters. He rescued me from my powerful enemy, from my foes who were too strong for me. They confronted me in the day of my disaster, but the Lord was my support. He brought me out into a spacious place. He rescued me because he delighted in me. I said that yesterday. I am a fucking delight. As long as you don't push the wrong button. Pick wisely, Grace or Frankie. He brought me out into a spacious place. He rescued me because he delighted in me. The Lord has dealt with me accordingly to my righteousness. According to the cleanness of my hands, he has rewarded me. For I have kept the ways of the Lord. I am not guilty of turning from my God. All his laws are before me. I have not turned away from his decrees. I have been blameless before him, and I've kept myself from sin. The Lord has rewarded me according to my righteousness, according to my cleanness in his sight. To the faithful you show yourself faithful. To the blameless you show yourself blameless. For the pure you show yourself pure. I mentioned that earlier. Lily is a symbol of purity, flower of purity. But to the devious you show yourself shrewd. You save the humble, but your eyes are on the haughty to bring them jow. You, Lord, are my lamp, and the Lord turns my darkness into light. With your help I can advance against a troop. With my God I can scale a wall. As for God, his way is perfect. The Lord's word is flawless. He shields all who take refuge in him. For who is God besides the Lord? And who is the rock except for our God? It is God who arms me with strength and keeps my way secure. He makes me feel like the feet of a deer, or he makes my feet like the feet of a deer. He causes me to stand on the heights. He trains my hands for battle. My arms can bend the bow of bronze. You make your saving help my shield. Your help has made me great. You provide a broad path for my feet so that my ankles do not give way. I pursued my enemies and crushed them. I did not turn back until they were destroyed. I crushed them. I'm picking up like a whole big round of Joan of Arc karma clearing right now. I almost just cried. Oof. I crushed them completely, and they could not rise. They fell beneath my feet. You armed me with strength for battle. You humbled my adversities before me. You made my enemies turn their back in flight, and I destroyed my foes. They cried for help, but there was no one to save them. To the Lord, he did not answer. I beat them as fine as the dust of the earth. I pounded and trampled them like mud in the streets. You have delivered me from attacks of the peoples. You have preserved me as the head of nations. People I did not know now serve me. Foreigners cower before me. As soon as they hear from me, they obey me. They lose all heart. They come trembling from their strongholds. The Lord lives. Praised to be my rock. Exalted to be my God, and the rock my Savior. He is the God who avenges me, who puts nations under me, who sent and set me free from my enemies. You exalted me above my foes. From a violent man you rescued me. Therefore I will praise you, Lord, among the nations, and I will sing the praises of your name. He gives his king great victories. He shows unfailing kindness to his anointed, to David and his descendants forever. Now these are the last words of David. The inspired utterance of David, son of Jesse, the utterance of the most exalted by the Most High, the man anointed by the God of Jacob, and the hero of Israel's songs. The Spirit of the Lord spoke through me. His word was on my tongue. The God of Israel spoke. The Rock of Israel said to me, when one rules over people in righteousness, when he rules in the fear of God, he is like the light of the morning at sunrise. On a cloudless morning, like the brightness after the rain, there are tears in my eyes, that brings grass from the earth. If my house were not right with God, surely he would not have made with me an everlasting covenant, arranged and secured in every part. Surely he would not bring in fruition of my salvation and grant me my every desire. But evil men are all to be cast aside like thorns, which are not gathered with the hand. Are you okay? What's up? Whatever touches thorns uses a tool of iron or a shaft of a spear, and they are burned up where they lie.
So there's that. You want to preach Bible verses at me, dude? That is not the answer for you. So there's that. I told you I can read anything. And tell you exactly where it applies and how. When I'm called to do so. But I also don't judge other people the way that these others have. And you saw in my comment section they were doing, that's what creates wars and division. Because people think that, you know, they're fighting over who's right when they're wrong. Anyway, stupid. No matter what religion I teach from, the point that I just spoke is effectively the same. Hi, baby. Mommy's tired. I'm gonna catch a couple hours, huh? You ready for bed? I hear JP Sachs, one of the few things. It's the one with Julia Michaels in it. It's featuring Julia Michaels. Is there anything else? I think that's that. Other than maybe another bull pack. That was a long reading though, guys. I've been here for 357 minutes and 15 seconds. According to the timestamp. But I'm not mad. Their spiritual warfare got upturned, didn't it? Mission accomplished. Hoorah! I heard. Yeah, well, I'm gonna pull the warrior out of her. That's what you get, boo. I don't say what's on my mind quite as much as you like me to. And when I'm quiet, you worry I'm hiding from you. But I so confidently want you. When you say you're insecure about my feelings, I don't take it serious. But if you need me to tell you more, you wanna feel things that I'm sure of. You wanna feel things that I know already. I could build my world up. You wanna feel things that I'm sure of. Well, I want you to unravel me. Come closer, come closer.
There's a karmic male who's trying to threaten 520 on the East Coast. Divine feminine, me in this case, it sounds like, but take it where it resonates. And he's like, you're gonna get it, you're gonna regret it. Like that kind of a weird energy, you know? Cleaning supplies over here. Oops, I did it backwards. I know just what you want. You don't want to be alone. Something like that. I don't know. It's like a viral TikTok song, maybe. I can give you what you want, 'cause you don't want to be alone. Or something. Hey, that's not nice sounding, you know. Anyway. There is a karmic energy asking, or a divine masculine asking, like, why? Why did these karmic people do that? Because they're jealous and they're mean. They're mean-spirited. They're clueless and they're mean. Regina George. But ain't nobody taking their shit anymore, no, no. 'Cause they've been acting like a bitch. And they've been hating like a witch. Ain't nobody taking their shit no more, no more. So there's that. There's a karmic male. He's so angry. You're gonna get it, you cunt. No. This is a karmic male who feels very exposed at the truth telling that I've been doing. This is a karmic male who feels like if they don't try to point fingers at the whistleblower and they don't try to flip the script, then they're going to prison. I hear they're gonna kill me. Yeah, you see, there it is, you little greasy fuck. This is a karmic male rapist, domestic abusive, perverted, pedophile, incestual piece of shit, okay? Some of them, in this case, in the closet, the one who's like bisexual or gay in the closet, and so he's mean to women because he's not comfortable with his sexuality. But he's saying that he would rather falsely set up the divine feminine for whatever false allegations that he's making on her, because he says that whatever he's claiming that she did, even though she didn't do anything, that she'll get less jail time for whatever he's lying about to try to get her in trouble than he would if he has to go to prison for what he did to her. Meaning, he's saying that based on the crimes that he really committed, he's facing so much prison time. Like, he'll never get out. And so he would rather falsely accuse the divine feminine of being a problem in some way, so that she gets in trouble for something she didn't do. Or he tries to twist her reaction to his abuse as an outright attack for no reason, which he's claiming is harassment or abuse or something, which is not the case. She's defending herself against his abuse and attacks and slander. Empress Josephine. But he's saying that if he falsely accuses her of whatever he thinks he can pin on her to get the hot seat off of him, to get the focus off of what he's done, then even if she has to go to jail, she'll have much less time on her sentence
even though she did nothing wrong, then he will, because he'll never get out based on the crimes he actually committed. So he'd rather falsely accuse. But this is the thing. He wouldn't care. He doesn't care, even if it was a long time that he was trying to falsely accuse and set up this divine feminine for, which he has tried before, actually. He wouldn't care as long as he didn't have to go for the things he really did. So the whole, well, you'd only get a little bit of time for my false accusation against you, but if I go for the things I really did to you and how I really hurt you and your child, then I'm going to go forever. Well, you belong there. I don't belong there, though. Fuck you. How's that for service with a smile? Cheers, you ugly, rotten little bitch. No, they're not going to like you in prison. You know why? They don't like women beaters and they don't like kitty touchers, you chomo piece of shit. JD Delay, where's the wood chipper? I got another one for you. What's up, Chris Hansen? Sad, dude. Very sad, I would say. Yeah, divine masculine's like, you're not going to do that to my divine feminine. No, he shouldn't be allowed to. What he's trying, obviously. Again. Okay. Heads up. I heard. I'm coming for you. Divine masculine says, not in a bad way, like I'm rough sex in the courtyard and your legs are the North Star. Church bells, let me ring them. She looks back and says, baby, this your kingdom. Okay. If you're lost in the darkness, I won't let you go. No, I won't let them swallow you whole. Okay, so there's that. You know? No. Crazy. Mm-hmm. I think that's good for now. I'm being called to hop off of here. Please remember to pray. Do no harm. Take no crap. And I will most certainly catch you on the next one. Blessings. And namaste.